Introduction. The elemental nature of money, earth, or air. Magic and money. It can be assumed that these two concepts are inevitably related. At least from the point of view of the generally accepted religious tradition, which, as you know, condemns the magical craft in every possible way. Magicians have always been sinners, and selfish sinners who, for the sake of base material goods, put the immortality of their souls at stake, communicating with the spirits of nature, demons, and all kinds of hellish scum. Or even with Satan himself. So-called magicians disturb the peace of the dead and desecrate holy places. They are not stopped by lies, deceit, and ritual murder, and are attracted only by the tangible benefits of the earthly world, which they were initially denied for some good reasons. Is there anything more vulgar in its materiality than money, this golden calf, called evil in the Old Testament? According to the above theory, one would have to assume that magical literature is simply replete with recipes that allow one to enrich oneself with the help of magic and thereby avoid earthly trials of poverty and deprivation. This is not entirely true. Only in some grimoires of the late Middle Ages can one find scattered advice on how to enlist the support of demonic forces in order to find a treasure, get gold, achieve the favor of the sovereign, etc. However, it would be a mistake to assume that this topic of material well-being occupies any important place in the magical culture of the West and East. Most of the magical treatises are devoted to rather metaphysical tasks, for example, knowledge of the laws of the universe, predictions of the future, establishing contacts with deities and natural forces, self-improvement, etc. The same questions are also raised in the magical discourse, which originates in the 19th century, when the occult revival begins in Europe. This revival is marked by the activities of the Order of the Golden Dawn, the Order of the Oriental Templars, OTO, the Rosicrucians, as well as numerous associations that arose a little later, in the 20th century. Among them are the Adunist Brotherhood, the Silver Star, AA, the Guardians of Light, Sol, the Followers of Bardon, along with the Brotherhood of Saturn, FS, to name but a few of the extensive list. It seems that the practical magic of money is not here anyway. And this is confirmed by the theoretical works on magic created in these communities. A similar problem becomes apparent when referring to the world of Eastern magic. As for the magic of money, a gaping void also reigns here, unless we take into account the lucky rituals borrowed from all kinds of sorcerers, which, however, occupy a very small niche in the general structure of the extremely versatile magic of the East. If we assume that magic is not, as its opponents suggest to us, a compensatory activity of minds obsessed with megalomania, far from life and stopped in their spiritual development at the stage of early childhood, we will see that for millennia and to this day it remains art that captivates people of all cultures and eras. It is unlikely that this would be possible if the practice of magic was a deception. If magic didn't work, it would have disappeared long ago. The general delusion does not yet confirm the objective reality. Unlike religion, magic seeks to achieve obvious results, even if some of its methods are not approved. Those who have been looking for works on practical money magic know how difficult it is to find something worthwhile among the variety of magical literature. Here and there you can find unrelated advice, especially in the old literature, always with a pointed finger and a warning of dire consequences if abused, but there is no hint of a systematic presentation of this topic. Unfortunately, in this book we will not be able to explore in detail all the possible causes of this problem. This would take us far beyond the scope of our review. But we will still dwell on some of them, since they are directly related to magical practice. You will see that often we are talking about such obstacles to success that we can overcome by practicing money magic. First of all, let us consider how the place of money was determined in the magical tradition of the West. Since the time of the pre-Socratic philosopher Empedocles, Western civilization has had a doctrine of the elements, which is the key to any mystical cosmography. It may not be entirely fair from the point of view of history to speak of a continuous tradition, but this teaching still plays a very important role to this day. We will remind both beginners and experienced magicians the descriptions of the elements. This brings us to the most difficult problematic of practical money magic. As for the term element, Here we are talking about a metaphysical concept, which implies the union of influence, energy, sequence of actions, and fundamental principles under the element. Fire release. The element of fire is the principle of motivation, dynamics, and vitality. Like its natural adversary, fire is very active. It creates the new, and in the process of this creation it destroys the old. He destroys to keep warm. Fire sets in motion that which would otherwise be frozen in immobility. In the human psyche, fire represents impulses, activity, and aggression. Water release. Water is a continuous movement. It easily adapts and, having no form of its own, takes the form of any vessel in which it is enclosed. Water nourishes the life born of fire, cleanses and washes away everything old and fading, but, being in excess, it has great destructive power. Water more often unites than separates. In the psyche, water corresponds to feelings, emotions, and foresight. It is associated with intuition. Air release. The element of air is fleeting. It is impossible to give clear forms to air. It is mobile, it is everywhere and nowhere. At the same time, air supports life in all living things, nourishes the burning of fire, and is also responsible for communication with the new and unknown. In the psyche, it corresponds to thinking and reason. Unlike water, it acts in analytical and less synthetic ways. It strictly separates concepts and gives them names, because speech also belongs to the sphere of influence of air. Earth element. Earth is firmness and stability, stability of form, the fundamental principle of each image, as well as perseverance, inviolability, and reliability. In the human psyche, it corresponds to such qualities as stability, perseverance, in extreme manifestations, even stubbornness, endurance, as well as everything that can be called concrete and solid and to which everything material and real belongs. Spirit element. Historically, the spirit entered into a union of the elements later. Spirit is everything that goes beyond the material, any high principles, everything refined and, therefore, everything spiritual. In the human psyche, the spirit corresponds to the concept of soul in the metaphysical and religious sense, the high destiny of man, his access to the transcendental and, consequently, to the inner divinity, as well as spiritually transcendental needs. Based on the original concept of the existence of the elements, the magical tradition can describe and classify the whole world according to its individual components. An important role is played by the predominance of one of the elements and the order of their change. So, for example, the dominance of fire is characteristic of situations or a human personality in which dynamics prevail, a rapid, sometimes painful change and an active assertion of one's positions. The predominant element of water, on the contrary, is characterized by manifestations of feelings, delicate, latent and rarely obvious driving forces. In excess, this can be expressed in sentimentality and chaotic emotions, which often lead to the commission of irrational acts and do not adequately correlate with real circumstances, which are controlled by the elements of the earth. A person who has received his qualities from the element of air will be a typical intellectual and thinker. He is driven by rational logic, not emotions, and sometimes looks like a dry intellectual, abstracted from reality. The essence of the elements of the earth is focused primarily on something material and tangible. Earthman is a practitioner, a craftsman, not a philosopher. Most often, he is energetic and businesslike, but at the same time he lacks an understanding of everything that is not obvious or subtle. This brief introduction will suffice to get you started. Later we will dwell on these issues in more detail. It should also not be lost sight of the fact that the elements are fundamental principles that, within the magical tradition, have always acted as a union of variable forces. In other words, not a single phenomenon in the universe can embody a single element. It also includes all the other elements, albeit in unequal proportions. Examples of such relationships are listed and systematized in the magical doctrine of relationships, or signatures. In this case, as a rule, additional basic structures are revealed, for example, planetary and zodiacal principles, the paths of the Kabbalistic tree of life, etc. This is how entire encyclopedias of symbols arise. The most famous among them is perhaps the English magician Aleister Crowley's book 777, which he, drawing on an earlier source created by his mentor and friend Alan Bennett, expanded and completed, making numerous corrections. Just as astrology describes the world using the symbolism of the planetary and zodiac principles, so the Hermetic magician turns to the relationships with the elements to make them the basis of his ritual practice. In the context of our narrative, this plays a significant role, since the extended, and only in this sense correct, definition of the element of money fundamentally decides how to deal with them when practicing magic. Before we go into this in more detail, we need to consider one more system of symbols. We are talking about tarot cards, in which we are interested not so much in the major arcana, or 22 trumps, as in the so-called minor arcana. These 56 cards, like the ordinary playing cards derived from them, are divided into 4 suits: swords, wands, cups, and coins. The latter were often called discs or pentacles already in the 20th century. At this stage, we do not need a detailed study of the very intricate history of the tarot deck. Many worthy works have been written about this. Of interest to us is only how, until the 19th century and for a long time after, the elements correlated with the suits of the cards: swords equals air, wands equals fire, cups equals water, pentacles equals earth. The 4 aces in the illustrations demonstrate this ratio. Figure 1. The figure shows 4 cards from the Arthur Edward Waite tarot deck known to this day. The mentioned ratio of the elements has been documented since the 19th century and in this form is still widely used and used, for example, by the Order of the Golden Dawn, of which E. Waite was also a member. In the deck of Aleister Crowley, the so-called Tarot of Thoth, developed jointly with the artist Lady Freda Harris in the 40s of the 20th century, the suit of coins also corresponds to the elements of the earth. The same situation is observed in 99% of all modern versions of the tarot. Only one exception worth mentioning is Papoose. This now half-forgotten French occultist and magician, who called himself the disciple and magical successor of the famous Eliphas Levi, was very popular at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries, enjoying authority both in France and at the court of the Russian Tsar. In his essay Gypsy Tarot, he unexpectedly refers coins to the element of air. As is now known, the condition under which the pictures and glyphs used must by no means be forced or objectively interpreted unambiguously is a sign of symbolic thinking. It is this symbolic thinking that we find in all Western disciplines, grouped under the names of secret knowledge, occultism or esotericism. Whether we turn to medieval alchemy, the astrological language of symbols, the Rosicrucians or Freemasonry, everywhere metaphorical circumstances are depicted with the help of pictures and symbols. This tradition is rooted in the distant past, and we rediscover it again, for example, by dealing with Hellenistic gnosis or ancient Egyptian witchcraft. If the properties and signs of the elements are not interchangeable, then in determining their weight and prevailing dominant relations, there remains a vast space for action. Much depends on the state of the interpreter, on his level of development, on his personal preferences, strengths and weaknesses, because it is all this that ultimately decides which dominant element he sees in a situation, event or person. In this, magical thinking is radically different from scientific thinking. If in the exact sciences it is most important to find an unambiguous formulation of the concept and, if possible, resolve all contradictions, in magic everything is different. Here, objective signs are also taken into account, but at the same time, symbolism also implies the subjectivity of the interpreter. And only in this way a strong bond is established between them. In fact, this is not so strange as it might seem at first glance to a person belonging to a culture marked by the predominance of the exact sciences. Moving away from the clearly defined territory of scientific and technical thinking, a person behaves in the same way as his ancestors for thousands of years. He enters into relations with the outside world, demonstrating either a clear position in relation to it, or acceptance and rejection, or emotional reactions and assessments. For clarity, let's take an example. Imagine a scene on a sunny sea beach. Someone swims and splashes, and someone sunbathes under the sun. Some hide in the shade of colorful umbrellas, others walk, build sand castles or play ball. Let's observe a little, taking 4 people. Here is a slender, tan man, about 35, dressed in tight swimming trunks. He plays beach soccer with a small group of kids. He took over some of the functions of a coach. He gives instructions, passes to one or the other boy, encourages the players, stimulating their desire to win and inflaming the excitement, encourages the goalkeeper. It exudes dynamism and activity. It can be seen from him that this occupation brings him great joy. He moves a lot and willingly, excellently controls the ball, is dexterous and cheerful. Interpreting this scene with the symbolism of the elements, we believe that on the whole the element of fire dominates here. The heat of the hot sun, vigorous sports, the desire to achieve recognition and work for results, competition and the use of the physical reserves of the body, we have all the signs of this element. Now let's turn our attention to the woman in the bikini. She's in her mid-40s, slim and tanned, too, her sunglasses pushed up over her forehead. Now she's just entertaining a group of people at the bar. It is obvious that she has a lively character, her facial expressions are eloquent, laughing, she bares her teeth, speaks much more than everyone around her, she jokes, managing to respond to the comments of her interlocutors, asks questions and seems very engrossed in this lively conversation. In our subjective opinion, the element of air most likely prevails here. Speech exchange, the development of other people's thoughts, easy wit and communication, the power of verbal and metalanguage, facial expressions, gestures, allow us to draw such a conclusion. One woman keeps a little apart from other beachgoers. She fell silent as she sank into her bath towel and rested her head on her bent knees. If we come closer, we will see that it is shaking some kind of uneven trembling. The woman is crying. When several people, obviously acquaintances of her, want to approach her, she makes a dismissive gesture and turns away. It is quite obvious that this woman is in grief, she is ill, and she is not able to control her uncontrollable crying, and perhaps she does not want to. The element of water dominates here. Strong manifestations of feelings that make any kind of communication undesirable, turning inward, an obvious desire to indulge in personal pain and an unwillingness to make contact with other people are all signs that a woman is influenced by the element of water. And finally, we see a man approaching 60. Away from the general hype, he sits alone at a table under a canopy, an open laptop in front of him. A man is talking on a mobile phone. At the same time, he often glances at the monitor, where tables and columns of numbers can be distinguished. With his right hand, he touches the keyboard from time to time to enter new data. An open notebook and pen lie next to the laptop, and an ajar case full of some papers is leaning against the table leg. This man is busy with work. He is not entertaining like the others in this resort, but is busy with calculations and seems to see neither the beach, nor the sea, nor the sun, nor other vacationers, completely immersed in a business conversation. It can be assumed that if he were asked, he would say that he perceives this situation as earthly. High concentration of professional tasks, discipline, following which he works in a place intended for recreation, without even deigning a glance at local amusements, all this is very characteristic of the element of the earth, in accordance with the above description. Let's not forget that this shared scene captured only one single moment. In reality, all things are in continuous motion. An hour later, we will find our football player sleeping sweetly under the sun, which will correspond to the peace of the element of the earth, while the talkative lady from the bar has already swum a few meters into the sea to, moving energetically, the element of fire, complete her daily swimming quota. The recently weeping woman, meanwhile, has cheered up. At least she is having a lively conversation with her friend and gesticulating at the same time joyfully and emotionally. The influence of the element of water is preserved here, but in a different capacity. And our businessman put aside his business and spends time playing a fun card game, making jokes one after another, the element of air. Let's leave this scene to draw some conclusions. The exact sciences of the times of quantum physics already know that many things in the world are not clearly defined and static, as Newtonian physics and mechanics believed. But they still want to find out from nature its secrets, to form immutable rules from them with clearly defined boundaries. Contradictions, uncertainty and any duality, as before, are not welcome, and in case of doubt, the small is singled out from its causal relationships with the whole and subjected to a separate analysis. As our example clearly demonstrates, in the doctrine of the elements we are talking about a changeable classification scheme, with the help of which we not only try to describe the dynamics of all events, but also seek to understand the subjective mental state of the participants, which is subject to constant changes. Before moving on to this background, we would like to analyze in detail the problem of correlating money with the elements. Modern money has a turbulent past. Throughout the history of culture, man has endowed them with a variety of forms and functions. We would like to briefly describe some of them here. For a long time, scientific research was based on the so-called conventional theory, which, it was believed, accurately described the process of the emergence and development of money. According to this theory, money is an exchange value, the function of which is to facilitate the exchange of valuable exchange items that do not have sufficient mobility. Thanks to money, it is not necessary to transport heavy bulky exchange goods over long distances every time in order to select an equivalent product from an exchange process partner. Initially, a peasant had to bring a cart loaded with bricks and exchange those bricks for wheat and eggs, after which another peasant had to take the bricks somewhere to be exchanged for timber and tools to build a barn. With the advent of money, all these transactions were simplified. Services. Money is diverse, from gold nuggets and coins minted from precious metals to IOUs or colored, machine-washable and well-forgery-proof plastic banknotes of modern Australia. Of course, the conventional theory is inherently correct, and we constantly find evidence of its correctness in our everyday life. But with regard to the history of money, it is not entirely fair. Anthropology reveals evidence of the existence in earlier eras of so-called advertising money and prestige money. For example, valuable items exhibited solely for display were supposed to help attract sexual partners or emphasize the social position of a person. In Polynesia, the existence of the official term swanky money is discovered. They were huge stone discs, several meters in diameter. Among the ancient Polynesians, they had only one purpose: to demonstrate the wealth, authority, and secular power of their owner. The simple fact of the existence of this coin was enough. They were too untransportable in order to carry out a regular exchange with its help. There are evidence of cases when several of these stone discs sank during transportation from the quarry to the owner by sea in a storm. This caused no damage to the authority of the owner. Even swanky money resting at the bottom of the sea did not lose its social influence. It was inherited and even pawned over the course of several generations. Naturally, such forms of money were an episodic phenomenon against the backdrop of common history. The qualities of money, well known to modern people, were established quite quickly. Money must be mobile and at the same time be made from a material that not everyone can extract, no matter whether it is cowrie shells, silver, or gold. Only materials that were rare enough or requiring laborious processing were endowed with a value incomparable with their actual size or weight. Available materials such as, for example, tree leaves, sand or gravel, on the contrary, would not make possible the emergence of our economy, the basis of which is the exhaustibility of all resources, the so-called economy of scarcity. Accordingly, with the transition to settled life, a person developed a worldview that has been preserved to this day. Noble metals, precious stones and land ownership became the foundations of a universal economic system. Trade, that is, exchange, still exists, but the processes associated with it are becoming more refined and faster. If in ancient times a person had to get used to the abstraction that money always represented, today most international financial transactions are carried out through data transmission, where physical, tangible money hardly plays a significant role. Let's look at the 20th century. Until the 1930s, all currencies of countries with economic weight were backed by valuable metal reserves, primarily gold and silver. This concerned, mainly, one national states with their own monetary sovereignty. Citizens of the state determined their condition and ensured it in a variety of ways. The possession of precious metals, jewelry and other valuable goods was of great importance, but the possession of real estate had more weight. Lands, landlord rights, income from the exploitation of arable land, meadows and forests until the beginning of the 20th century were regarded as real wealth, while the possession of money, ownership of shares in the company in the form of shares and rights to trademarks and patents was relegated to a secondary place. In our study, it is necessary first of all to pay attention to the mentioned principle of exhaustibility of resources, both natural and artificially created, because it is precisely this principle that still influences the occurrence of obstacles and difficulties that we encounter in practical money magic. With the advent of Christianity, the leading position was occupied by a worldview that broadcasts a hostile attitude towards the earthly world, contempt for everything transient and material, which is valid to this day. Undoubtedly, the elites in any era were able to convince their subjects that poverty, want and deprivation are the highest good, while they themselves were busy accumulating everything that they could squeeze out of the community. Not without reason, even in a very young church in the Middle Ages, criticism of the system constantly arose, during which the fundamental contradiction between the preached poverty, modesty and non-acquisitiveness and the actual living conditions of the higher clergy and nobility became the subject of controversy for the majority of the lower clergy and laity. Even in Protestantism, puritanical and ascetic offshoots are known, many of which, though not all, proclaimed material possession and the accumulation of contemptible money as a diabolical temptation that leads a person astray. And for the sake of their spiritual health, they were supposed to abstain from this. Thus, Western culture since the victory of Christianity has been marked by a fundamental contradiction. On the one hand, religion focuses entirely on the fate of the soul after the death of the body. The accumulation of material wealth is regarded as a dangerous game, in which a person becomes addicted to strengthening his connection with the earthly and risks being eternally damned. On the other hand, economics, society, and politics are adopting the same habitual secular trend that we can observe in other, non-Christian cultures. The desire for the possession of material goods, that is, for wealth and abundance, most often at the expense of the less well-off segments of the population, the ideology of mercantilism and capitalism, which has widespread expansion, rules under the general name economic growth in any national economic discourse. All this goes against the idea of renunciation of earthly life and its material temptations. For the collective psychology of Western civilization, this means the emergence of a conflict zone that still exists today, despite the fact that religion, at least in Western countries, is losing its former influence. Thus, money and profit-making are still vilified with remarkable regularity. At the same time, the consumer society sees in money the highest good that must be owned, behind which is secured the guarantee of maintaining physical life. In a word, everything revolves precisely around the very same money. The biography of each person always gives its own individual form to this collective, essentially neurotic, conflict. But in this book, as in statistics, you will not find any inferences about individuals. The most important thing for us is the directions characteristic of the whole society, where the individual is present only partially, and never completely. This also applies to mages. The fact that they do not like to think about this topic even in the circle of magicians is explained only by the fact that every magician is also, first of all, a child of his era. And whether he likes it or not, it is in this capacity that he assimilates the norms and values of the collective consciousness. From the point of view of psychology, it can be formulated as follows: the prevailing values and taboos affect the magician as well as all his contemporaries who are not related to magic. In different cases, this affects in different ways, but it always creates the main background against which any magical activity is performed. These factors are especially pronounced where we are talking about the social aspect of relationships between people. This affected the three core areas of magic: healing, sexual and money magic. The magician does not operate in a vacuum, but interacts with other people. Therefore, his personal social reflexes are in demand in the same way as the social reflexes of his contemporaries and accomplices. And he should be aware of this and not try to evade difficulties by escaping into metaphysics, uncertainty and uselessness. Unfortunately, in the traditional magical literature, this issue has hardly been discussed. Much more common are discussions about otherworldly patterns, about the continuity of old recipes, and sometimes the creation of new ones, and they believe in this way to conquer the world, without trying, as a rule, to comprehend and understand its fundamental structure. In our work, we will leave aside the path focused on the undeniable recognition of dogmas that are passed down from generation to generation, and go with what has justified itself over many years of practical work with a variety of hypotheses. It is possible that after more intensive work it will become clear that magic is an experience and success-oriented discipline, which is mainly distinguished by its technical versatility and readiness for unconventional deeds. Ultimately, without exception, all magical authors of the past and present confirm that all tools, formulas, rituals, spells and talismans, amulets, and so on, are only one thing, an auxiliary tool that the magician uses only because he does not have at his disposal less laborious and more efficient ways. Traditionalism is quite common even in magic. In this, magic is similar to other types of human activity, which is not least due to the peculiarity of the work of the human brain, which is always trying to develop a routine order, that is, strictly regulated processes, in order to free up part of the volume for processing new information. Whether we are learning to walk, swim, ride a horse or drive a car, with increasing practical experience a significant part of this activity is transferred to automatic mode, and traditional magic, passed down from generation to generation, is unfortunately no exception. The aforementioned regret needs some explanation. It cannot be disputed that frequently repeated actions can be performed with a constant reduction in energy and labor costs. If, while driving a car, as in the first practical lesson, we were forced to perceive and perform each manipulation in isolation, constantly evaluating whether this action is right or wrong, then we would not be able to move off, at least without harming ourselves and others. But we mustn't forget that when it comes to magic, it's not just an activity that can easily be incorporated into your daily routine. It is, after all, about how to influence some things, to promote or hinder events to which we, from a conventional and scientific point of view, have no access. But precisely because the magician is trying to do the unbelievable, he is opposed to the sum of probabilities that we usually call the surrounding world. Therefore, it is not surprising that anyone who criticizes magic, whether of a secular or spiritual origin, calls such a bold undertaking an act dictated by megalomania. From a traditional, non-magical point of view, this is a perfectly rational assessment. As I wrote in my other work, magic can be defined as the ability to do the impossible. According to this, we are in no way talking about shadow physics or science not yet recognized. It means simply some unheard of, never existing and daring act. It hardly surprises anyone that traditional magic does not take this position. It is based on an enlightening understanding, according to which a person cannot know all the secrets of nature and the world, which is also not disputed by science. A person sometimes manages to learn and apply some of these secret patterns, often with the help of non-traditional methods, clairvoyance, ritual, etc. And despite the fact that on this point the rational material sciences and metaphysical magic are irreconcilably opposed to each other, in essence, upon closer examination, they share the same worldview. Indeed, in traditional magic, the primacy is for the possible, even if the magical boundaries of the possible are a little wider than allowed by the exact sciences. However, both magic and science agree that there is only one world that can be exhausted. We would like to avoid ideological disputes and confine ourselves to the observation that the above definition of magic as doing the impossible will achieve greater success in money magic than traditional methods. The final choice is left to the reader. If we consider money, taking into account all of the above, it will not seem illogical or contradictory to us their relationship with the elements of the earth. The identification of money with value, reliability, stable income, protection from want and other similar concepts simply obliges us to see in them the embodiment of the earthly. Especially if they are understood only, or primarily, as a means of acquiring ownership of land, real estate, minerals, precious stones, valuable metals, ores. But this metal also has a downside. Papoose does not explain why he deviates from tradition by attributing the suit of coins in the tarot to the element of air. Be that as it may, this prompted me to research this issue for several years. To begin with, let's define the properties and signs of money, as a result of which we can easily follow the logic of the French master. First of all, money tends to be very mobile. Of course, we are referring to modern money. Polynesian swag money plays as insignificant a role for us as the advertising and status ornaments of hunters and gatherers of the Stone Age. By mobile is meant that money is the equivalent of voluminous and bulky, less transportable goods. The essence of money is exchange, since it is only through exchange that they can realize their value. This principle even applies to coins that are minted from valuable metals, gold and silver. In other words, it is only because money changes hands that it can fulfill its immediate function. At the same time, the new owner must have a guarantee that he can count on an equivalent transfer of values expressed in money in the process of further exchange. That is, the acquisition of values should by no means be a dead end. Here comes what we call circulation of money, the continuous circulation of one valuable item, which, taken separately, has nothing to do with the goods and services themselves. We can use the latter only thanks to the involvement of this object in the exchange process. All this can be called abstraction taken to the extreme. Accordingly, cashless payments, which are gaining more and more popularity, are a logical consequence of this abstraction. Man is the only creature that has developed such a specific form of social interaction. However, a person often suffers from it. Even in the era of the internet and global networks, computerized workplaces and communication increasingly based on digital data exchange, it is difficult for most people to build a bridge from this abstraction back to everyday, tangible, earth element, life. Usury was considered reprehensible in biblical times, and now the entire Islamic world is forced, following the precepts of its religion, to use all the intellectual and financial technical acrobatics to circumvent the Quran's prohibition on charging interest. A significant part of Western society, as before, does not understand that financial transactions, that is, unproductive activities, as a rule, are much more profitable than the production of physical goods. The greater the level of abstraction required to perform an activity, the better it pays. And the further the economy, increasingly tightly woven into a single network, tends to move away from real value and purchasing power, the more laggards, in the economic sense, on this path, and among them, first of all, those who cannot keep up with such a virtualization of value formation. Thus, a fundamental change of concepts has been taking place for a long time. The natural idea of the formation of value is changing to an abstraction, that is, the element of error. After all, as Canadian media scholar Marshall McLuhan wrote, money is a metaphor. This corresponds to the criteria of the air principle, the lightness and mobility of money, their fleeting stay with the next owner, their continuous journey around the world, the abstraction of the exchange they embody, and, finally, their original nature, free from everything emotional and subjective, which allows they penetrate practically the entire social existence of a person without true participation in it. Here it is necessary to emphasize once again that in our approach to the correlation of the elements, it is not the materialistic objective truth or the same objective untruth that is important. As the scene on the beach shows us, the power of the symbolism of the elements and its language lies precisely in creating connections with the many-sidedness of being. To explain this with a practical example, we suggest that you complete the following exercise. Exercise. Reread the scene on the beach described earlier. Before you move on to the next step, let all the comments about the elements and their various manifestations fit into your head. Now relate the whole scene to one of the elements and justify your choice. Briefly write down your correlation and its rationale. Now take one of the remaining elements, the element of spirit is temporarily unused, and develop a convincing argument why this scene fits the symbolism of this element. How can this scene be interpreted according to the principles of the element of water? Why can it be attributed to the elements of the earth? Please note, there is no need to think about which elemental characteristic is correct. Do not dwell on contradictions, but try to give the broadest and most layered description. We remind you once again that the most important thing here is not the very accuracy of the choice of the elements that characterize the scene on the beach. However, the choice is still not arbitrary. Water cannot be easily replaced by fire or earth. Air carries an unambiguous set of factors that the earth can never fill, and so on. Later we will return to this exercise and bring it to its logical conclusion. We can imagine the already mentioned contradiction as a conflict zone between the pursuit of money and the preemptive happiness cannot be found in money, which contains a note of contempt for money. This contradiction can be described using the symbolism of the elements as a confrontation between the excess of the elements of the earth. Money is earned by hard work, he who does not work, he does not eat, etc., and the elements of air. How much does the whole world cost? The coin must roll further, easy money, etc. Now, as the exercise shows, we can easily invalidate this contradiction by describing and reworking our own relationship to money as money magicians, just as we did in the beach scene exercise. Finally, one more little warning. In traditional cultures, any complexity and ambivalence is usually brushed aside by saying that everything is relative, as if by doing so the statement helps to gain something important. The truth lies elsewhere. Due to the relativity, here in the sense of depreciation or devaluation, of different perspectives, people are left with only the optional character of everything that can be arbitrarily exchanged. Since there is no truth anyway, this arbitrariness penetrates your thinking, especially since it tends to secure the path of least resistance for itself. Therefore, in the magic of money, you should not exhaust yourself by overcoming obstacles. This does not always manifest itself in the form of temporary evasion, but rather that the magician will not even allow the possibility of contradictions. Another approach to interpreting the beach scene does not involve insisting on the equivalence of all interpretations. Of course, this or that choice of elements will probably seem to you much clearer and more convincing than others, which you used only because this was required by the exercise. I can't change anything here either. We do not want to impress upon you the insignificance and invalidity of your position. Rather, we need, after considering all the remaining alternatives, to consolidate our position and make it a definition. After all, if we take seriously the monstrous daring to do the impossible, then we cannot avoid this norm. In the face of the opportunities that have opened up, any doubt and hesitation and any willingness to compromise would be equal to capitulation. The oldest form of magic that has come down to us since antiquity is theurgy. The approximate translation of this concept is doing the will of the gods. But this does not mean the pressure that the gods or immortals exert on people, quite the contrary. The theurgist is a human magician who claims that the gods do his will. Even without knowledge of the works of antiquity, we can easily assume that the theurgists did not enjoy indulgence among representatives of the traditional religion. Theurgists were looked upon as socially inferior subjects. It was believed that by their daring deeds they incur the wrath of the gods on the entire community. Anyone who was caught committing such acts was threatened with no more and no less death penalty, as, for example, in ancient Rome. Based on this, we understand that the causes of witch hunts in the late Middle Ages and early modern times do not lie solely in Christianity. It seems to be a human tendency to eliminate anyone and everyone who questions the prevailing system of superstition, prejudice, envy, ill will, philistinism, and narrow-mindedness, a system often referred to as culture. Over the centuries, methods and interests have changed somewhat. At present, at least in our latitudes, the magician hardly needs to fear that sooner or later he will end his days on a real fire. Of course, this does not exclude other mechanisms of persecution, which is no longer the subject of this book. But there remains a spirit of defiance, due to which the magician resists the conventional generation of reality. We would like to apply some part of this defiance in our narrative and, contrary to all the ancient teachings, correlate money with the element of air, without worrying that you can look at it differently. Wings of Mercury, about the nimble god of merchants and thieves. The systems of correspondences used by magic include not only the doctrine of the elements, but also planetary symbolism. True, in contrast to the theory of the elements, here money is interpreted with greater unambiguity. In general, they are attributed to the sphere of influence of Mercury. Venus performs an auxiliary function, mainly due to its connection with exchange and trade. Adjacent to them is Jupiter, which generally governs wealth, abundance, and generosity. For a better understanding of planetary principles, it will be useful to turn to mythology. Indeed, in it we again deal with symbolic substitutes for deities, about whom tradition provides sufficient information. By the way, it is appropriate to note here that the connection of money with Mercury serves as another argument in favor of their correspondence to the element of air, since this element fully corresponds to the appearance of the Lord of Mercury and the messenger of the gods in winged sandals, who patronizes merchants and thieves. The polytheistic pantheon is made up of individual human qualities and is a kind of map of the interaction of universal forces and battlefields and relationships. Unlike monotheism, where God personifies exclusively good, he always leaves evil to the lower ranks. In polytheism there is no clear distinction between good and evil, at least among deities. Often one turns into another and the boundaries are fickle and indefinite, and contradictions are reported in all their small details, but not necessarily explained. Therefore, Mercury meets us in a variety of its manifestations. It does not matter whether we are talking about the Roman Mercury or about his predecessor Hermes. Often these two deities practically do not differ from each other in their motives and actions. Even if the cults of these gods in the history of cultures had the most diverse accents, emphasizing one or another of their properties, in essence they always meant the same thing. The statement about the relationship of Mercury/Hermes with the Egyptian god Thoth is also true. Although initially Thoth is the god of the moon, he is also considered the inventor of writing and language, helping the souls of the dead in the otherworld on their journey through the underworld. The same is done by the Greek Hermes Psychopompus, whose nickname translates as Guide of Souls. And we again return to the deck of tarot cards, which in the magical esoteric interpretation is often called the Book of Thoth. The sharp distinction between knowledge and wisdom, knowledge and learning, intellect and spirit, accepted in esotericism, is unfamiliar to traditional magical thinking, which has ancient and Egyptian roots. Accordingly, the principle of Mercury can be equally responsible for thinking and any cognitive activity, symbolizing wisdom, traditional teachings about life, or, in the end, their practical application in the form of magical actions. We recommend not to overdo it in studying the details of mythology. With some diligence, sooner or later, in the relevant mythological collections, something is found that confirms one's own preconceived position. Let's not forget that myths do not serve to compile a historically reliable record of events. Their task is to display abstract principles and interaction. In this respect, Mercury, like its astrological equivalent, the planet of the same name, is a variant of cosmography that should by no means be presented as something unambiguous. The theme of deities in classical magic deserves further comment. In practical work, difficulties often arise that have a cultural background. Those who have been brought up in a culture that has gravitated toward monotheism for thousands of years, even if, like our culture, for example, it has been marked by a sharp religious decline and the spread of an atheistic worldview for 200 years, it is difficult for him to accept the concept of polytheism. Perhaps the roots of this misunderstanding go even deeper into history. The spread of Moisism, Judaism, and Islam was accompanied by especially clear and numerous evidence of the monstrous heaviness with which the religions of monotheism were established in the polytheistic world around them. Until now, the Islamic creed "there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is his prophet" is announced millions of times every day. But even the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten, who, according to the latest data of science, is considered the inventor of monotheism, was able to carry out his religious revolution in ancient Egypt only thanks to extreme cruelty and only for a relatively short period of his reign. As soon as the pharaoh died, his cult of the only divine son came to an end. The emergence of monotheism is accompanied by great political and economic upheavals. Akhenaten's primary goal was to weaken the power of the Theban priests and introduce both political and religious centralism, which would give the pharaoh more room for political activity. With the help of the cult of Yahweh, Moses and Abraham gathered the Jewish people from many different tribes, which, in turn, had to endure countless military conflicts in order to form and establish their state and political unity. These conflicts, as anyone who knows something about Palestine knows, continue to this day. Pavlovian Christianity also aspired to become the state Roman religion, which happened shortly before the beginning of the reign of Emperor Constantine, but only after a century of bloody persecution. True, it was not without failures. The heir of Constantine, Julian Apostate, revived the ancient polytheistic paganism. If his reign had lasted a little longer, the history of Europe might have turned out quite differently. These reflections help to better understand the abyss of misunderstanding that has opened up between the religion of monotheism and polytheistic paganism. This discord was further intensified in connection with the emergence at the beginning of the New Age of a religiously critical current, skepticism, which briefly culminated in the French encyclopedists of the Enlightenment and the 19th century, marked by the Industrial Revolution, the development of the exact sciences and Darwinism. Wherever skepticism turns to religion, in the European space it everywhere, almost without exception, met it only in the form of monotheistic Christianity. It is noteworthy that modern rationalism uses the same argument that Christianity put forward thousands of years ago against pagan polytheism, the faith that it wants to crush. The Christianization of Germany followed a very similar scenario. When Boniface cut down the sacred tree of the Germanic tribe Zermensel, he did it as proof of the omnipotence of his God. The whole action was staged as a big show, during which representatives of the conquered tribes had to see that sacrilege was being committed against their faith, and in conclusion, they should also be ridiculed because their God could not prevent this insulting act with a lightning strike. At least that's what the legend says. The fact that Boniface only dared to carry out his operation if he had serious military support is rarely mentioned by later sources. Thus, the main thing was a demonstration of political power, which had to be used by several more generations, until finally Franco-Christian monotheism established itself in the German lands. This idea is confirmed by the fact that Boniface himself was killed in the course of his continued missionary work among the Frisian tribes. Therefore, it will hardly surprise anyone that we, the children of our time, are hardly able to show a deep understanding of the logic and mechanisms of polytheism. It is known to us only by hearsay, in a very diluted form, as, for example, in the cult of the saints of the Catholic Church, or as an exotic feature of distant peoples, primarily Asian. In this respect, the reference to ancient deities in Western magic seems problematic. As a result of the absence of an internal cultural context, the rupture of transient ties, and the fact that even the socio-cultural environment itself owes its fundamental right to existence to the suppression, in the language of its reformers, to overcome, polytheism, nostalgia and utopianism projected into the past often take place in modern magic. True deep understanding. Before we move on to the planetary deities and begin the ritual practice of money magic, we need to have a very clear perspective. But first of all, we will finish the exercise begun in the previous chapter. Exercise. After completing the exercise and relating the previously described beach scene and the four main elements, abstract and analyze the whole process. Think back to the first time you read the description of this scene. Track what you did after reading, how you completed all the steps in this exercise. Restore in memory exactly how you acted, what thoughts visited you. Perhaps you felt resistance, or maybe even some confusion. Remember your emotional reactions and the mechanical process of writing itself. Try to be as complete as possible. Write down everything, even in the form of abstracts, on paper. Do not pay attention to the fact that you were not able to reproduce everything in full. Probably a myriad of details will escape your gaze. It can be the tone of the lighting in your room, the comfort of your chair or sofa, your clothes, noises, smells, air temperature, some small movements, the corner of the book you are reading, etc. Analyze the whole process again to catch in these details. At the same time, do not divide them into important and not important, small and significant, but try to achieve a dispassionate completeness of the image of that situation. Now take a short break before continuing the exercise. Go back to the same process, piece by piece reconstructing your experiences. Do this until nothing really new comes to mind about the situation. At the same time, you should not try to invent something arbitrarily. At first glance, this may seem easier than it really is. After all, the human brain functions just in this way constructively, in the most direct sense of the word, that is, constructing new memories associated with the situation. You would be mistaken in assuming that the above part of the exercise refers to one of the methods of mnemonics. In fact, thanks to this exercise, but only if it is carefully performed, you are approaching what sorcerers call the element of spirit, or ether, also akasha. In ancient cosmology, before the advent of Einsteinian physics, the all-pervading spirit was considered the primordial matter of all being and, at the same time, the environment in which being unfolded. Perhaps this explains why magic sees in the elements of the spirit transpersonal, and therefore spiritual, cosmic, according to the doctrine of rebirth, also karmic, factors that lie so far beyond the reach of an ordinary person, including a magician, that in practical magic is hardly given any significant role. Our practical work with this element was carried out only for the sake of completeness of the picture, and we deliberately at this initial stage refused to include it in the union of other elements and name its attributes. Unfortunately, a person is often too soon taken to adjust this element to his limited standards. If you faithfully completed the above exercise, you still failed in a technical sense. No matter how long your lists of memories are, they will probably still remain incomplete. But thanks to this exercise, you have gained, perhaps, a more accurate and deeper understanding of the meaning of the spirit element than if you had read an abstract theoretical list of its attributes. If you have read this far without completing the last part of the exercise, I would not recommend catching up now. The ability to complete this exercise with an open mind and without anticipating any results has completely eluded you in this case. A second attempt can only produce skewed responses. If you find these arguments strange or even annoying, which is understandable in itself, consider for a moment the meaning of the word uniqueness. This is not a ridiculous psychological trick that can fool you, but a reminder of what was said at the beginning of the book, namely, magic does the impossible. In other words, if something has already happened at least once, it can no longer be called impossible. Witchcraft happens only once. We will repeatedly come across this principle in the applied magic of money. So, unlike the four main elements, the element of the spirit embodies the divine dimension of the world as a whole. Figure 2 illustrates this in a very simplified form. Rice. 2. Spheres of influence of the elements, planets/planetary deities and the environment of the spirit according to the Hermetic teaching. The inner circle, 1, represents the sphere of influence of the four main elements fire, water, air and earth. Above, according to the Hermetic tradition, there are 7 planets or planetary deities, enclosing the circle of elements in a ring, 2. The outer circle, 3, is the element of spirit. At the same time, it is a creative environment, thanks to which and within which everything that is usually called being takes place. As already mentioned, despite the fact that the magical practice of Hermeticism as a whole recognized the fundamental existence of the spirit element, this issue was not worked out in detail and purposefully. And for traditional magic, it matters that the elements of the spirit, like the deities, in this work, we consider only gods with planetary correspondences, have a greater impact force than all 4 basic elements, which are understood as energies and structures of relationships. They are at the junction with the sphere of influence of the gods, demonstrate this boundary and dry up there. This idea had a decisive influence on the key image of man in the Hermetic teaching. According to Hermetics, a person combines all the elements in himself, and therefore occupies a fundamentally higher position than the spirits of nature. We could compare the latter with modern first-class professionals in some field, who are truly competent only within their specialization. To perform any additional tasks, they need the support and assistance of other elements responsible for this. And if the spirits of nature know only their narrow sphere, then a person is able to determine the general relationships and manage them. But for the implementation of this bold enterprise, he is forced to resort to the help of such professionals. The superiority of the Almighty Man is not essential. This is the point on which the dangers of magic are again and again debated in traditional teaching. After all, if a person seeks help from natural spirits, this means that they are superior to him in the relevant areas, and he, unwittingly, can easily become dependent on them. Therefore, according to the Hermetic teaching, a person can acquire knowledge and power in order to summon spirits with the help of spells, but at the same time exposes himself to the danger that he will not be able to curb the forces released by spells and lose control over them. This happens, for example, due to unexpected deviations from the scenario. For this reason, in the tradition, which covers the ancient alchemists, the ritual symbolism of the Rosicrucians, such systems of science as theosophy and the golden sunset that have not lost their influence to this day, and extends as far as Franz Bardon and other authors, in the training of the magician, an important role devoted to the skill of dealing with the forces of nature. At the next stage, the magician enlists the help of the deities and their power. This is achieved, as in traditional religions, through worship and sacrifice. It depends only on the favor, mercy of the invoked deity whether the magician will be rewarded with success in his endeavors. In the introduction, we already mentioned that theurgy, that is, doing the will of the gods, was a widespread discipline even in ancient magic. Her methods, which are still used today, primarily include invocation. This Latin term literally means calling some deity, or rather, the call of the power of a deity into a theurgist. Gods are simply by definition more powerful than humans, a circumstance often underestimated in a monotheistic culture. The magician working on theurgical principles resorts to the help of the gods only because it promises him the possession of greater power than he could achieve by his own means. Thus, a hierarchy of events and active forces arises, within which a person, using the power borrowed from the deities, uses it to achieve his goals. When these goals, at least as in money magic, are located in the realm of the elements, meaning only the four main elements, the magician turns into a choreographer of planetary energy flows. He collects and organizes these elements. Invocation can be considered one of the types of temporary possession. In ceremonial magic, it occurs exclusively within the framework of one more or less strictly structured and limited in time ritual. During such a rite, the magician calls on the deities who will be embodied in him, ideally throughout the entire action. His own eye recedes, and the deity is more and more revealed in the shell of his body. From this point on, the main task is not to act like a magician, that is, like a mortal person, but to allow the deity to guide his physical body. In other words, actions are performed not by a person, but by the deity himself. For our purposes, it does not make much difference how such a process will be classified. The old tradition, more connected with the spiritualist model, sees in him the arrival of a real being, living independently of the magician. Psychological magic, which developed in the 20th century, describes this process as an outwardly directed projection of inner spiritual forces. It does not start from the reality of the existence of disembodied pure spirits, and it does not need spirits to explain the process as a whole. In the energy model of magic, also very ancient, they see this as a condensation of an amorphous, faceless, but completely real, refined energy, which, with the help of magical practices, is endowed with a symbolic image for its injection and manifestation. In conclusion, one could also mention the magical tradition that is very widespread today, focused on the information model, chaos magic, cyber magic. From our point of view, during the invocation, there is a change in the informational paradigm, in which the magician, as it were, installs an alternative operating system that offers him other, in a magical sense, more powerful functionality than his ordinary human essence. The information is reorganized and included in the structure of interactions set by the magician. In the structure and sequence of actions of this practice, its undeniable similarity with the methods of possession cults that existed in many traditions and eras is striking not only to an experienced anthropologist and religious scholar. An example is the well-known in the West Haitian voodoo cult. The same, however, applies to most of the Afro-Caribbean cults. Parallels can also be found in shamanism, which is spread all over the world in various forms. There, too, both before the rite and during it, the practitioners summon very specific gods, spirits, totem animals and similar beings, in a technical sense, allow them to take possession of themselves, or, as it is called in voodoo, saddle themselves. This can happen only for the sake of the experiences themselves or to gain a certain experience, but more often, clearly defined goals are pursued, such as the entry of a deity or, depending on the preferred explanatory model, an internal projection, the awakening and forcing of magical energy. The change of the human informational paradigm to the divine one is achieved through a variety of methods. Since the pioneering work of Mircea Eliade, they have been referred to as shamanic ecstatic techniques, and in magical circles, the concept of trance work or, more simply, trance is more common. In addition, there are various ways of putting the body and spirit into the ultimate state, in which everyday consciousness is actually turned off. These include not only rhythmic dancing and singing, but also tried and tested practices of fasting or staying awake. Practices of maximum suppression or exacerbation of sensitivity are often used. Trances can be divided into two types: trances that occur as a result of excitement, and trances of extreme calm. In both types, the same goal is pursued, the methods of achieving which, however, are opposite. For example, we can achieve a state of trance by sharpening sensitivity, for example, as a result of many hours of dancing or playing the tambourine, or, on the contrary, suppressing it, that is, eliminating stimuli, by fasting, seclusion or meditation. Often, both techniques are combined. For example, when a dervish dance is preceded by a long food or sexual abstinence, or when an ecstatic tantric intercourse of two sexual partners is followed by deep meditation. Two signs finally characterize the invocative process: the symbolism and the duration of the action. Invocative symbolism has an internal logic, on the observance of which everything depends much more than on the mechanical application of certain symbols. So, for example, in the New Hermetic tradition, the number 8 and the color orange correlate with Mercury, and the day of Mercury, Wednesday, the metals mercury, brass, etc. are also under its influence. Mercury personifies agility and fleetingness, dexterity and flexibility, sharp analytical mind and honed speech, sociability, writing and a joke. Therefore, the ritual of Mercury would not make sense if, on the one hand, it included the correct metals and the symbolism of color or numbers, perhaps the lighting of 8 candles of an orange hue, but, on the other hand, would be carried out at a slow pace, in silence and worse, with sullen or at least too serious faces. The formal conditions, the external attributes of the invocation, metals, colors, numbers, would have been observed, but the internal symbolic logic contained in the list of additional signs of Mercury would have been violated. This condition is observed in other traditions and cults of possession. For example, when Baron Saturday, the owner of cemeteries and crossroads, is invoked in one of the voodoo rituals, the ritual participant wears the attributes attributed to the Baron: tailcoat, top hat and walking cane, and at the same time he needs to internally tune into this deity and thus become his spiritual reflection. In the already mentioned book on magical relationships, Book 777, Aleister Crowley lists, among other things, plants and aromatic substances, which he correlates in tabular form with various planets. Surprisingly, despite the purely mechanical binding of unambiguously named substances, he left the magicians a vast field for freedom of action. For example, he attributes to Jupiter, and all the beautiful flavors. What at first glance seems to be an indeterminacy of formulations is in fact a versatility, alien to Aristotelian analytical thinking, and the flexibility of symbolic logic. Therefore, it is necessary to assimilate this symbolic logic as deeply as possible, realize its internal irrefutability, reinforce this process with practical experience and move forward by thinking, improving and experimenting. Everything that has been presented here so far only in a theoretical form will find practical expression on the following pages. Unlike dogmatic traditions with their rules, regulations and irrefutable laws, we want to choose an approach that would best suit Mercury, and thus the foundations of European money magic, and most importantly, would suit modern man. We will give instructions on Hermetic ceremonial magical practice, but our main principle will be voluntariness, that is, action at will, and not out of obligation. The duration of the invocation is limited for 2 reasons. The first is that it simply serves to protect the adept. There would be little point in his actions if, with the help of various magical practices, he introduced himself into a state of trance close to the divine, but could not get out of it. American shamanist expert Michael Harner once said in a personal conversation, "In cultures where there is a belief in the existence of spirits, people do not see anything at all unusual in the fact that someone constantly meets spirits and talks about it. But one who sees spirits and does not return to the ordinary everyday world is considered crazy even in these cultures." For this reason, in ceremonial magic, there are defensive practices and practices of liberation, which are given great importance in the performance of the ritual. The second reason for this time limit on any invocation comes from a principle that might be called the steamer principle. The magical act, namely, this is what happens during invocation, in the generally accepted tradition is treated as a singularity. So, it has its own definite beginning, which corresponds to a clearly marked ending. This is based on the assumption that even such extraordinary events as the activation of magical powers and causal connections need to ripen. The steamer metaphor is even better described as follows: you must first create a sufficient concentration of pressure for success to burst out into the world, like an explosion of fate. In this regard, the image of forcing comes to mind. The magical powers must first be brought together in order to produce the desired effect. This provides a limited time frame, but a very concentrated nature of the action. Similar considerations are present in Austin Osman Spare's book on sigil magic, which we will get to know later. According to Spare, the sigil made by the magician must be forgotten after the launch, only then can he reveal his power. Summing up, we note once again that we attribute money and its magic primarily to the elements of air and the planetary deity Mercury. This should be based on practical work, which we will begin to describe in the next chapter. Like their patron, money is fleeting, very mobile, associated with communication and perform its main functions, using and realizing these properties. On a theoretical level, this may seem obvious, but the way we deal with money in everyday life most often implements other principles. Therefore, if we want to achieve really effective money magic, we need to develop an attitude towards money that will be more in line with its essence. Chapter 1. Mercurial Money Magic. Invocations, rituals, exercises, what to look for. Now let's move on to practice. Before turning to the more non-traditional variants of money magic rituals, which it would be futile to look for in classical literature, we will examine the traditional method offered in the ceremonial magic of the New Hermetics. Of course, it would be a mistake to look for insurmountable contradictions in it. Quite the contrary, the different approaches fit together well, complementing each other and reinforcing each other, as long as the underlying dynamics are maintained. So, for most cases, it is wrong to practice money magic only with the help of magical ceremonies. As we already know, within this framework, Mercury, striving for freedom and mobility, may become too crowded, and this will limit it in revealing its capabilities. In an approach completely devoid of rituals, due to the lack of order and concentration of energy, will also lead us astray. By combining ritual practices, this can be effectively countered. In the end, the decision as to which of the methods in general or in particular to prefer remains with the magician himself. Here we will only briefly describe the ritual magic method. Those who want to know more about the origins, history of development and symbolic beginnings can turn to additional literature. An experienced ritual magician, on the other hand, will only need to skim through the notes below. Scenario of the magic ritual. In essence, all magical rituals in the Western tradition are symbolic actions, that is, dramas. They serve as manifestations of internal psychic and cosmic forces and their interactions through the active inclusion of appropriate symbols and symbolic structures. Simply put, through the use of symbolic objects, gestures, phrases, and a certain order of actions, you can achieve what you want on another plane of existence, most often in everyday life. Rituals are purposeful and serve a single task, which is given a name. In the context of money magic, this can be, for example, a successful outcome of a financial transaction, a general increase in wealth and well-being, getting rid of debt, etc. Therefore, each ritual is preceded by setting a goal. Always formulate your goals as precisely as possible. You must be clear about what you are striving for. Saying "I have to be good at everything" or "I want all the wealth in the world" is most likely out of your reach and therefore of little use. We also do not want to say that if you wish for certain amounts, you must determine them down to a penny. Since we're dealing with symbols, we need an order that takes due account of your readiness for proofreading. After all, symbols are multifaceted, adaptable, and therefore have blurred boundaries. And here we are faced with a discrepancy that determines our generally unkind attitude towards money. Our culture, long before the victorious march of the exact sciences and technology, industrial production, standardization of products and technologies, began to focus on what could be called a counter. The most ancient written documents of mankind known to modern times are nothing more than lists of goods and vaults, invoices and IOUs, in other words, accounting documents. The biblical God, who created the world according to measure and number, set the direction, counting and abstraction with the help of symbol numbers, arithmetic rules and a system of cosmography entirely based on this. This also applies to the German word for time, Zeit, which is therefore interpreted as a form of the word disunity, Zerrissenheit. From the point of view of historical development, the emergence of this word can be associated with the situation of tearing and sharing hunting prey, since hunting has been a predominantly collective activity since ancient times. The hunters were supposed to share the animals they got between themselves and their families, which, perhaps, was an ancient account. Curiously, in Chinese mythology, a reference to the time before knots are tied is constantly found. By nodes we mean counting instruments. As in the knotted writing of the Qipu, one, of pre-Columbian cultures, in ancient China knotted ropes signified numbers and computational operations. It was during that mythical time, before man invented counting in the hope of becoming the master of the world, that Chinese mythology gave birth to the true and most powerful magic. Metaphorically speaking, for us as sorcerers, this is advice to abandon the counter and think about drawings and symbols. Undoubtedly, this is in stark contrast to our everyday experience with money. A little later we will deal with this problem in more detail. And for starters, a recommendation will be enough. If possible, refrain from formulating a goal with numbers and numbers, even if it is a very specific amount that can be represented by a figure. Another problem to which attention must be paid is the substitutive nature of money, which inevitably manifests itself in view of its intermediary function in barter. And it is precisely with him that those who are just starting to deal with the magic of money have to fight. Let's take an example. Suppose you need the amount X. You want to dedicate your ritual to obtaining this amount and formulate the goal accordingly. It is unlikely that the specific amount mentioned is really important to you. Perhaps you need it to buy a new car, pay for a trip, pay off an old debt. Of course, the generally accepted material logic would require exactly the amount X, since in a consumerist society focused on success, any purchase or additional income is perceived only as a specific amount of money in numerical terms. But in this case we are dealing with a form of abstraction that is not amenable to magical symbolism. To reiterate, you are only really interested in the amount X because you expect to make a series of purchases with it. You don't need the amount for its own sake, the money serves as a sort of wild card for you. What at first seemed natural and logical, upon closer examination, turns out to be extremely limited. Would you really mind if someone gave you the car you wanted, or if you won the trip in a competition and your creditor forgave your debt? All this is quite acceptable, and therefore by no means impossible. You deprive yourself of success by concentrating on the amount that you formulate to the nearest penny. This fully characterizes our current culture and is far removed from the principles of magical symbolism with which we will be dealing. In other words, do not confuse the levels. The cultural model that imposes a numerical amount on you as the only conceivable, real, possibility of obtaining certain goods, services or other benefits also provides for clearly defined opportunities for accessing them. For example, hard work, lucrative deals, skillful use of market niches, etc. Undoubtedly, such factors as luck or rich inheritance occur in this model, but only in the form of accidents, which almost impossible to influence, at least legally. It's like Henry Ford's recipe for wealth: work hard and find oil. It is this capitalist logic, based on labor achievements and production, that the counter serves. That is, a person who continues to see in money only a wildcard symbol or an amount expressed by a series of numbers, and manage them accordingly, is also ready to fulfill other conditions of this model. This, of course, has nothing to do with effective money magic. Firstly, it is not provided for by this system at all, and secondly, like any other traditional magic, it relies on the language of symbols, which each time successfully opposes the logic of capitalist exploitation and its claims to reliability and its mathematization of the world. As for the formulation of the goal for your ritual, this may mean that you will now strive not to receive the amount of X, but directly to a new car, travel, debt repayment. That is, what is really important to you. At the same time, how the desired goal will be achieved, you leave to the discretion of the forces or entities caused by your ritual. From all of the above, you can deduce a number of basic rules that you need to follow when setting a goal. The goal should be formulated unambiguously, in detail and specifically. Avoid any target that mentions wildcards. If you need this or that thing, make it the goal of your actions, but not the money needed to acquire it. Do not submit to the dominant counting culture. If possible, do not use specific numbers, figures or arithmetic formulas. Check the result of your work on goal setting. Perhaps desirable objects are inherently wildcards themselves. For example, do you really need this super powerful red sports car, or are you actually more interested in the social status that it will provide you? Do you really want to go to the Seychelles, or do you need to make up for a chronic lack of socializing in a relaxed holiday atmosphere? Is it really important for you to pay the debt to your uncle to the last penny, or are you afraid to establish, and maybe even restore, close relations with him? The scenario of a magical ritual can be arranged according to a fairly simple scheme: preliminary installation of protection and elimination of unwanted interference and deviations, the main part, for example, invocation, launching a talisman, etc., the final installation of protection and release from the summoned or activated spirits and forces, depending on the magical model within which you work. You can perform the ritual according to all the rules of the art of Hermetic ceremonial magic. To begin with, of course, you will need to get used to working with these rules. Material on this topic can be found in additional literature. You can work according to any scenario. First of all, it is recommended for beginners, so as not to unnecessarily complicate the process. Only dogmatists will insist that rituals are effective only in their original form, which must be carefully observed. In reality, it turns out that the old age of such rituals is not so great. Practice proves just the opposite. In order to learn a couple of basic rules, you don't have to, as they say in magic, 30 years of revenge on the altar before proceeding with the rituals. In the end, each tradition has its own beginning, and dogmatics has never given an unambiguous answer to the ancient question of who initiated the first master. Now we turn to the consideration of each component of the ritual separately. Place of the ritual. The site of the ritual, most commonly referred to as a temple, is usually a space where the magician can work in peace. Only a few modern magicians have living space that allows them to allocate a room exclusively for ritual magical practice, while the majority is left to improvise. They can work in the living room, in the basement, in the attic or in the bedroom, wherever there is enough space. It is much more important that the room is in a quiet, peaceful place. You should make sure that nothing distracts you throughout the ritual. To do this, turn off your phone and doorbell, cancel appointments, and try to prevent anything that might be a hindrance. In psychological magic, it is argued that a special state of consciousness is required for the successful operation of magical operations, which is also called trance. This state is achieved specifically for the magical action, so the ordinary cannot be given a single chance to harm the process. The amount of space required depends directly on the scenario of the ritual. If you want to dance in a trance, then you will naturally need more space than if you were going into a deep trance in the lotus position. Those who work with the full arsenal of new Hermetic ceremonial magic need a large altar where they can lay a dagger, a sword, a cup, pentacles, a wand, candles, a censer, or ritual diary, and some other items are placed on it. But even with minimal equipment for the ritual, a small table is useful. Many magicians prefer to practice outdoors. This is not always easy to do in densely populated areas, as any possible interference must be avoided. It also takes into account the restrictions and prohibitions of local administrative institutions, such as the ban on making a fire in the forest, breaking silence at night, etc. Even if one of you has a large garden, you still need to make sure that none of the curious neighbors could see you at magical work and did not draw false conclusions, which can happen with a high probability. Rumors of belonging to Satanists and, what's good, accusations of ritual abuse. In earlier times, entire orgies with murders and bloodbaths, making candles from baby fat, etc., were attributed to Satanists. The time of the ritual depends, as a rule, on your daily routine. Followers of the classical Hermetic tradition will take into account the hours of the planets. Astronomical magic calculates elections. Adherents of the lunar principle will prefer to perform money magic rituals with the growing moon. All this will be a good help, but not mandatory. In the words of psychological magic, everything that is beneficial to the creation of a magical trance must be applied, but only in the required quantities. 1 or 2 elements will suffice, since there will be no additional benefit from the fact that you unnecessarily overload the operations with some additional auxiliary means. If during the ritual it turns out that the necessary degree of magical trance has not been achieved, it will be useful to include additional elements in the ritual. Protection preset. In classical magic, protection is set up to protect magical actions in general, and the magician in particular, from unwanted entities, spirits, demons, nature spirits, etc. In ritual, especially through invocation, the magician inevitably opens himself up to outside entities. He becomes receptive, even vulnerable. It is all the more important that he cannot be possessed by unwanted entities that threaten not only the success of the magical action, but also himself. The security preset serves as a sort of filter that is exposed only to called entities. In the psychological model of magic, the preliminary setting of protection is used both as an aid in concentration and as a trigger for creating the necessary state of consciousness, trance. Its function is not isolation, but purification and stimulation of a change in consciousness. In the energy model of magic, the preliminary setting of protection serves to concentrate the magical forces that should be called into the magician himself so that he can use them. But even here it is necessary to keep the harmful energies in order not to jeopardize the success of the whole work. In the information model, the security setting is a summary of the data in the information blocks that must be filtered by their importance. So, an experienced magician develops various manipulations in detail depending on the initial model, but this, as a rule, does not change anything in the fundamental structure of actions. Probably the most ancient protective symbol is the circle. Its closed form, which knows neither beginning nor end, creates an ideal symbol of integrity and security. In Western ceremonial magic, the magic circle is either laid out on the ground or marked in other ways, such as being drawn with chalk. Modern magicians prefer to draw a circle with a magical weapon, especially a dagger or sword, at the level of the thigh and repeat its outline in imagination. In this case, the circle is interpreted as a protective ball that guards the place of the ritual and everyone who is present in it, for the entire duration of the operation, until the final installation of protection and a farewell spell. There are different ways to create and launch, that is, endow the magic circle with active power. We will work with the small protective ritual of the pentagram, since for the magician, a follower of the classical Hermetic tradition, it is universal. This ritual has the following advantages: it combines numerous common magical symbols and introduces a desired magical trance. For experienced magicians who have performed this ritual countless times, this is especially important. The small protective ritual of the pentagram, although called a ritual, is in fact only a ritual component that precedes and completes large ritual operations. When practiced regularly in this form, it becomes a kind of constant that is inextricably linked to and stimulated by ceremonial work. Let's consider this process in parts. Small protective ritual of the pentagram. The pentagram, other names, Star of the Magician, five-pointed star, is an ancient symbol that is found even in the rock paintings of the Stone Age and which is known to almost all peoples and cultures of the earth. At the same time, the pentagram symbolizes the prostrate figure of a man. Each tooth of the star corresponds to a certain element, as shown in the figure below. Rice. 3. Pentagram and elements. To facilitate the search for information on this issue, we give a complete description of the small protective ritual of the pentagram, explanations for it below. The ritual should be performed standing, initially facing east. All gestures must be performed with the right or left hand, for right-handers and left-handers the same. You can use a magical dagger, more on that later, or move your index and middle fingers outstretched with a straight thumb attached to them. Kabbalistic cross. Lower the energy from above to your forehead with your fingers or a dagger. At the same time, touch your forehead and vigorously pronounce the sound vibration. 8. For yours. Touch the center of the chest and vibrate vigorously. Maketh, kingdom. Touch your right shoulder and vibrate vigorously. V. Gebura, and strength. Touch your left shoulder and vibrate vigorously. V. Gedula, and greatness. Now cross your arms over your chest and vibrate while placing your palms on your shoulders. Luolam, forever. Interlace your fingers in front of your forehead, lower them to the level of your chest and vibrate vigorously. Amen, so be it. Creation of a pentagram and a cross. Facing east, you create the first pentagram. The direction of movement is as in figure 4. Rice. 4. The direction of the inscription of the pentagram in the small protective ritual of the pentagram. Inhale, return the palm to the chest, with one jerk strike the dagger or fingers in the center of the pentagram image and vigorously pronounce the vibration of the name of God in Hebrew. JHVH, Yehovah or Yod-Heh-Waveh. With the same outstretched hand, draw a circle line until you stop in the south. There repeat the creation of the pentagram, strike its center and vibrate vigorously. Adni, Atane. With your arm still outstretched, continue to create a circle until you stop in the west. There repeat the creation of the pentagram, strike the center and vibrate vigorously. Hee hee. With outstretched arm continue to lead the circle until you stop in the north. There repeat the pentagram, strike the center and vibrate vigorously. Agila. With your outstretched hand, finish guiding the circle in the east, thereby completing the circle in the center of the pentagram. Summoning the archangels. Standing facing east, extend your arms to the sides and imagine yourself as a large black cross, at the intersection of which a large red rose blooms. After visualizing this image, while pronouncing the vibration consisting of the names of the archangels, imagine their towering figures in human form. Their locations are given in the text. Say their names in Hebrew, vibrating vigorously. Raphael is in front of me. Behind Gabriel. On the right hand of Michael. On the left is Uriel. Around me a flaming pentagram. Above me shines a six-pointed star. The radiant six-pointed star is also called a hexagram and is represented as colored yellow, see figure 5. Repeated Kabbalistic cross. Then repeat the Kabbalistic cross. Prayer of release, completion of the ritual. The prayer of deliverance is not one specific text. In part, it may be oriented towards the content of the ritual preceding it. Therefore, here we offer an option that can often be used in practice. Rice. 5. Hexagram, Star of David, six-pointed star. By this I release all beings and energies restrained by this ritual. Go to freedom. May there be peace between you and me. Notes and explanations on the lesser protective ritual of the pentagram. Creation of the Kabbalistic cross. To create a Kabbalistic cross, we draw with our hand an imaginary white radiant ray from above through the head to the body, then through the solar plexus down to the soles of the feet and from the right to the left shoulder so that the entire body is pierced by a radiant cross. In the Christian tradition, the spoken phrase, which is most often spoken in a language other than its original Hebrew, is Our Father. Despite the use of Christian and Jewish symbolism, the effectiveness of the lesser protective ritual of the pentagram does not necessarily need to be associated with the Jewish or Christian religion. This ritual is performed by new pagans, and atheists, and followers of other religions, if they are guided by the classical Hermetic tradition. Creation of a pentagram and a cross. The creation of symbols means their inscription in the air. It is carried out in the directions shown in figure 4. The magician draws a symbol in front of him at a height of approximately 1 meter. It is recommended to coordinate the movements with the rhythm of breathing, the ascending line on inhalation, the descending line on exhalation, the horizontal line holding the breath. During the creation of the pentagram and the cross, you imagine how energy bursts out of the hand making movements, having a blue, white, silver or red tint. The pentagram and the cross, shining, remain in the inner space. It may take months or years of practice before you are able to distinguish these symbols with your physical vision. But this does not mean at all that until that moment the symbols will be ineffective. On the contrary, tradition speaks here of magical perception. The vibration of the name of God should be so energetic that your whole body vibrates. The ancient texts say that the walls of the temple must shake. And it's not about loudness. To create a sound image, it is necessary that the names of God, pronounced towards each part of the world, reach the edge of the universe and permeate it. Due to external circumstances, it may happen that the magician will be forced to very quietly or almost silently pronounce the phrases of the lesser protection ritual of the pentagram. But the decisive factor is, as already mentioned, not the acoustic volume, but the voltage. Hebrew phrases help to achieve trance. Based on experience, due to the peculiarity of the sound of Hebrew words, this happens much faster and more efficiently than when using the same phrases in translation. Summoning the archangels. The names of the archangels should, like the names of God, be vibrated for a long time. In this case also the walls of the temple must shake. The images of some archangels, who simultaneously perform the function of masters of the main elements, are oriented towards the following iconographic principles. Raphael stands in the east and commands the element of air. He wears a yellow robe and holds a wand and a vessel of healing balm in his hands. When calling this archangel, the magician imagines that a light breeze is blowing in his face from the east. Gabriel stands in the west and commands the element of water. He is dressed in blue robes, and in his hands is a bowl. He stands surrounded by a clear flowing waterfall. Calling it, the magician imagines water splashing behind him and feels moisture. Michael, also pronounced Michael, is in the south. He is the Lord of Fire. He wears a crimson-red robe and carries a flaming sword in his hands. In the south, that is, on his right hand, the magician represents the heat of fire. Uriel, also known as Oriel, stands in the north and is the lord of the elements of earth. He wears a robe of brown or olive-green hues, the color of the earth. He has a sheaf of ears in his hand, and he stands in the center of a wheat field or on a pinnacle. In the north, on the left hand, the magician represents the earthly firmament. As already mentioned, the hexagram hovering above the magician's head is visualized in golden color. Its size is not prescribed, only recommended for the sake of simplicity. When conducting a group ritual, this moment should be preliminarily stipulated. Please note that all these elements of the lesser protection ritual of the pentagram are performed simultaneously. At the same time, the magician creates a pentagram and a circle, hears the vibrating names of God. At the same time it is itself a large black cross with a red rose, simultaneously sees, feels the archangels and the energy of the elements. It turns out that this modest ritual is in fact a real encyclopedia of Hermetic magical symbolism, and at the same time it requires from the magician a good command of the art of visualization and creation of images by the power of imagination. However, this is not about what is so familiar to us, the children of an industrial society focused on success, not about striving for an ideal in which all components of the lesser protection ritual of the pentagram will be performed to perfection. The term perfection means that any further refinement or improvement is excluded, is something dead, devoid of a soul. Just as in the case of utopia, it is sought after, but only as a state unattainable in reality and yet desirable. According to symbolic logic, this means that the process is never completed, it always continues. In this we can see the formula of immortality. Therefore, it is important for novice magicians to know, you can't lose heart because of mistakes. As we have already said, symbols and pictures are fluid and changeable, and this is precisely what gives them power. The magician must not allow himself to become a victim of the temptations of the counter with its ultimate frailty, destroying the whole. Repeated Kabbalistic cross. Everything said in the previous notes applies to the repeated Kabbalistic cross. Prayer of deliverance and prayer of thanksgiving. The closing prayer of deliverance and gratitude serves two purposes. Firstly, it is a kind of subtle hygienic event, the essence of which is the liberation from all entities attracted by the ceremony, spiritual model, forces and energies, energy model, distracting thoughts, associations and feelings, psychological model, or unwanted white noise in the informative stream, information model. Secondly, this prayer serves as a signal or trigger for returning to the daily state. It also prevents the magician, outside of the ceremonial magical event, from remaining burdened by factors that only circulate in the magical world of symbols. In simple terms, it can be used to resist obsession and crazy. For those who would like to study in more detail the symbolism mentioned here and its historical and magical relationships, we recommend that you refer to additional literature. Having considered the basic practice of the lesser protective ritual of the pentagram, let's move on to the ritual of Mercury, related to the magic of money. Chapter 2. The Ritual of Mercury. We advise you to start preparing for the ritual of Mercury with the construction of the temple. It is better to start this sometime before the planned date of the ritual. Before you can work effectively with the Mercury principle, you need to get comfortable with it. This is the rational cognitive aspect of the work. At the intuitive symbolic logical level, to get comfortable means not only to understand the principle of Mercury with the mind, but also to fully assimilate its connection with money. It is pleasant to note that in this method there is no place for hard work, excessive diligence, rigid discipline or dry theory. Mercury, which is responsible for intellectual activity, is characterized by curiosity, attention to everything hitherto unknown, a penchant for jokes and humor, as well as other manifestations of the element of air. The share of frivolity is also present here. Pedantic thoroughness is not his forte. Saturn and the elements of the earth are responsible for this, but Mercury is agile. Rapid movement through a wide variety of areas of knowledge, as well as the ability to recognize everything at first glance unrelated to each other. It is the ability to establish connections that are immediately obvious only to a waking, mobile spirit, while earthly minds, preoccupied with stability and longevity, are forced in such a case to work painstakingly and with great effort. Working with Mercury does not exclude the study of the whole. In other words, one who too strictly adheres to firm, even stagnant rules, the principle of Mercury can surprise with new knowledge. First of all, with spiritual and intellectual mobility, he is able to give the processes greater ease and only thanks to this help to overcome many seemingly insurmountable obstacles at first. And vice versa, the excess of the mercurial is compensated by a commensurate manifestation of the earthly and Saturnian potential inherent in any person, and is strengthened by more stable structures. For the effectiveness of traditional symbolic logic, we are still on the eve of the ritual. We should already at the preparatory stage take care of the integration of the number 8, which corresponds with Mercury. What this might be is illustrated by the examples below. If you read an anthology of humorous stories or a collection of anecdotes, you will only read 8 episodes, 8 pages, or maybe paragraphs at a time. If you want to read more, don't hesitate to read. Take a short pause to reflect before you take on the next 8. You can do research on the history of the word 8 using an etymological dictionary or by searching the internet for information. The corresponding text belongs to the ritual of invocation. Most often it is called a hymn. It is always preferable to compose the text yourself. It makes it more individual. In such a hymn, you yourself can develop key points, and you will not need to suffer with other people's language roughness and incomprehensible wording. It's up to you whether you follow the rhyme or not. Of course, rhyming has some advantages, and rhyming texts are easier to remember. But try to avoid the slightest pretense of perfectionism, which will simply confuse you. You do not need to win any literary awards. It is recommended that you keep this text only for yourself so that it does not become devalued by misunderstanding or criticism from outsiders. Is your rhyme uneven? It's not a problem. Much more important is that you use the correct symbolism. Mercury is associated with orange. If you wish, you can light one orange candle every day for 8 days before the ritual. You can wear some orange item. It doesn't have to be obvious to others. Of course, for the magic of money, your attitude to money as such is important. A little later we will give you recommendations on how you can implement this in your daily life. It does not matter if you are doing rituals or prefer free form of action and empty hand techniques. Looking ahead, we will warn you that in the preparatory stage for the ritual of Mercury, it is useful and effective to practice increased perception of sensations associated with money. This is understood literally. Treat money not as something just a substitute for other values, but try to accept it as a sensual phenomenon. To do this, carefully examine the banknotes, compare the currencies of different countries, listen to the sound of falling coins and the rustle of paper money, feel them to the touch. What is the meaning of this method? The answer to this question is both complex and simple. Every ritual is in no small measure a kind of magical machination, and the better and more thoroughly it is prepared, the greater the chance of success. This has to do with concentration, and more precisely with sharpness, which always plays a large role in practical magic. Our analysis will be a little more detailed if we imagine that in this case we are dealing with a disyllabic form of abstraction. First, we decided to perform a magical ritual, that is, to deliberately use symbols and structures that seem to have no obvious connection with the purpose of our work. To begin with, we need to learn something about the elements of air and Mercury and, along with this, study the nature of money in order to understand how one relates to the other in general. The decisive factor is that the very process of receiving money is subject to abstraction. After all, we want to organize the growth of finances, not through the performance of a certain work, not through entrepreneurial activity or exchange, but through a symbolic drama, that is, a ritual. Of course, financial growth can manifest itself in quite traditional ways, making deals, receiving work orders, etc. But this will play a secondary role. Symbolic action will be paramount. Secondly, let's, in the same abstraction, touch on the topic of money outside the immediate ritual context. Perceiving money sensually, touching it, even stroking it or using it as a decorative element, without thinking about their exchange or purchase value, is not a daily practice of a modern person. However, with this attitude, the predominant abstract nature of money in society is challenged and denied, because we treat it like any other object. We refuse to see money as just a means to an end. And thus we free them from a wide variety of associations and emotions, such as hope, fear, expectation of a solution to the problem, depression. In the language of magic, money loses its demons and all sorts of astral debris, gaining maneuverability and free space again. Of course, that in itself money is not able to provide us with spiritual comfort. The old adage money doesn't buy happiness is absolutely true. At the same time, unfortunately, people often forget that money, and its lack, is just as unable to make us unhappy. This distinction between subjective and objective forces is not found in traditional magic. There, everything is perceived as one whole relationship and is considered in practice only in such a context. Logically, this leads to the formulation that has already been repeatedly cited above: let's not allow money to spoil our blood. After all, they do not exist. These considerations can be helpful if you want to understand the process of the magical ritual of Mercury more clearly and integrate it into your individual worldview. True, one should not dwell on this for too long. Everything depends only on your preferences and dislikes, your need for a theoretical basis and your own practice. Now let's turn to the ritual. Below you will find a number of suggestions, recommendations for choosing accessories, incense, etc. It is up to you how generously you arrange your ritual. Following the basic rule of pragmatic magic, the main thing is that it works. Only the achievement of the desired effect matters. It is, of course, quite difficult for a beginner magician to judge this in advance. The following recommendation might come in handy here: in case you are overcome by doubts, it is better to make more efforts. An experienced magician will certainly try to develop his own ritual style and experiment with different tips, but at the same time, like any specialist in his field, he will work on developing a sense of proportion. Place the altar in the middle of the temple. This ritual works with a circle, while the altar is the center of the action. At the same time, for the magician, it serves as a kind of control panel. There he keeps his tools at the ready, controls the atmosphere of the room with light and incense, and performs various magical operations, such as launching a talisman, inquiring of an oracle, or sacrificial offerings. If you are working in a closed area, room, first of all, curtain all windows. Daylight, no matter how much we value it, destroys the effect created by the light of candles and smoldering incense, and this is very undesirable in such work. If you want to work in the open air, I ask you not to forget everything that has been said here on the topic of peace. Until you have your own piece of land, it is recommended that you avoid public places as much as possible. For someone who, despite the prohibition, will make a fire, it should not come as a surprise if the huntsman or the police put a sad end to his occupation, which may end on a completely non-Mercurian night in the cell. And if you use incense, the police may immediately suspect illegal drug possession, with all the ensuing consequences. An Islamic proverb is very appropriate here: trust in Allah, but first tie the camel. A beginner magician, if he works in nature, is at first recommended to do this in the dark. Experienced magicians already know their own preferences. Depending on the condition of the ritual room, as well as free time and the thickness of the wallet, you can decorate the temple using orange mercurial shades. I know some radical magicians who painstakingly decorate the temple premises for months in full accordance with the symbolism. They paint the walls, finish the floor with a covering of the correct symbolic coloring, and place mythological pictures and symbols. None of this is mandatory, but on the other hand, such a commitment to the great work deserves deep respect anyway. The question whether such a large expenditure of energy entails an increase in the effectiveness of the ritual remains open. This can only be found out by experience. And here again the number 8 dominates. For example, you can light 8 orange candles. We also advise you to purchase an octagonal dish made of brass, the metal of Mercury. Place this dish on the altar. If you have an 8-volume encyclopedia, post it immediately. Dictionaries, books on oratory, collections of quotations, libraries, all these are very suitable scenery for Mercury. If you have the opportunity to work in a real library hall, its setting would certainly be optimal for the ritual. Forgeries or copies, like any other kind of imitation, are most clearly associated with Mercury as the god of merchants and thieves. If you brought a real branded watch from your last trip to Asia, you can make it one of the decorations, provided that it does not offend your aesthetic feelings. Merchants and thieves have already been mentioned. In addition, Mercury is the patron of charlatans, conjurers and jesters, deceivers and counterfeiters. This, of course, does not mean that you need to become a con man before you can begin your magical work. But all such associations can serve as an aid to achieving trance. The stone traditionally associated with Mercury is the opal. From incense preference is given to mastic and sage. Sacrifices usually consist of food and drink. The very word sacrifice in this case is not connected with the idea of annihilation or renunciation, more precisely the action could be designated as sacred offering. During the ritual and the invocation, the sacrifices are presented according to the rules of ceremonial magic and then eaten, like the sacrament at the Christian Mass. As elsewhere, there are preferences here. For Mercury, fish and white wine will be the best gifts. In any case, the dishes should be light, strong alcoholic drinks are not recommended or their quantity should be small. The decision remains with the magician himself. If you want to pick up the musical accompaniment of the ritual, we would advise you to choose fast, light pieces. Recitatives, rap, hip-hop, are well suited. As for magical weapons and tools, in ceremonial magic, weapon refers to magical tools, the manufacture and consecration of which is a separate direction. Most of these items symbolize the principles of the elements, will, knowledge, etc. As a weapon, that is, for attacking or defensive purposes, they are usually not used. The Hermetic tradition chooses the wand, cup, sword, and pentacle, already familiar to us from the tarot cards. The pentacle corresponds to the suit of coins. To them, according to the traditional teaching, additional tools are added, which at the moment is not of particular interest to us. In any case, a novice magician rarely has a complete set of magical attributes, which, however, is not so important for the initial stage. We suggest here, as in the ritual of the pentagram, that you work with a dagger or use extended index and middle fingers instead. An experienced magician can use his equipment if he wishes. Mercury is responsible for unexpected surprises, so when conducting group rituals, it is recommended to include such elements in the script. This, of course, should be done by the leader of the ritual himself. The use of pyroxylin, rattling cotton, which can be purchased at funny gift shops, is very effective. Lit at the right moment and without warning, it can have a powerful effect. If you are not very good at handling it, of course, it would be nice to practice beforehand. In our case, based on the principle the less, the better, and such a dramatic element is not mandatory. Let's go directly to the ritual. It is understood that rituals performed with one or more partners require slightly different coordination than individual ones. In the latter case, everything is only in your hands, while in pair work it is recommended to choose a leader, otherwise the whole action, aggravated by the state of trance, can easily go wrong. A ritual requires control and structure. It will hardly surprise you that our ritual will be divided into 8 parts. Let's consider them separately. Preparation. Depending on whether you work alone or in a group, the pre-ritual preparation may take the form of reflections on intelligence and language, include elements such as solving mathematical problems and puzzles, or be a discussion on a philosophical or other controversial topic. The duration of the preparatory phase should be agreed in advance. The recommended duration is approximately from a quarter of an hour to half an hour. Small protective ritual of the pentagram. The preliminary protection established by the lesser pentagram protective ritual serves both to ground the magician and to concentrate his resources. For the rest, when conducting a ritual, you should take into account everything that was said earlier in this chapter. Call of Mercury. Invocation can take many forms. Most often, the evocation is spoken or sung. One of the simplest yet most effective methods of invocation is dance. This does not require any complex steps. So, for example, it will be quite enough to go around the altar 8 times counterclockwise with quick steps. This is the invoking direction. The liberating is done in a clockwise direction. Everything else is made up of the structure of the temple, the temperament of the participant or participants, the amount of time, and other such factors. The text of the call, hymn, is ideally composed independently. Leave aside your poetic ambitions. Simple, abbreviated wording is more acceptable. If you want to include a text that is already ready, tested in practice, then you can use the proposed hymn. Hymn to Mercury. Spirit of high intellect. The mockingbird is a friend of thieves. You give us knowledge for knowledge. Mind and word games. Looking for you for centuries. Quick wisdom lesson. Charlatan, thinker, magicians. A pledge poem ritual. You with a sly smile. You give back what you took easily. A flash of silver flashed. And disappeared away. Give me learning. How can I live and how can I be? Where to look for my wealth? Where can I glue it, where can I break it? If you don't want to memorize or improvise the lyrics of the anthem, make sure you have enough lighting to be able to read the lyrics aloud. You may consider this instruction banal, but practice shows that this point is often missed. Beginners are always surprised that trances rarely come suddenly, like a flash. Very often a person is in a trance without noticing it, while experienced practitioners immediately understand when a trance sets in. If you feel that your mood has clearly changed, this may be a sign that a trance is approaching. Often it is accompanied by a change in perception, the appearance of psychokinetic effects, vibrations or tremors, and a little less often there are external effects, knocks or light phenomena. Don't make the typical beginner's mistake of tiring yourself out trying to unambiguously answer the question of whether you're already in a trance or not. As already mentioned, in most cases a person is not even aware of the state of trance, and no matter how important trance is for the ritual, it is still only an auxiliary means. It would be wrong to overestimate his role. Mercurial force concentration. After the completion of the invocation stage, the magician takes care of the unification of the invoked forces. This can most often be done through brief but intense meditation. Magicians who are familiar with the Eastern tradition can recite the appropriate mantras. All this is preparation for the next stage. Working with the energy of Mercury. This point is the central part of the whole ritual. If your attempt to achieve trance has been successful, this phase can also be the most unpredictable. The magician has now himself turned into Mercury, his human eye has receded and is at rest. Now the deity owns his body and spirit and acts as he wants and as he likes. Of course, this does not mean that from now on everything will proceed completely uncontrollably. That is why we have paid so much attention to the structuring of the ritual and its preliminary planning. So, for example, if at this stage the launch of the talisman should take place, then it must be carried out. Of course, not everything will always proceed exactly as the magician imagined or intended. Often such climaxes are accompanied by the strangest incidents. So, for example, it is not at all uncommon that during the ritual of Saturn a death knell is suddenly heard in the village, during the ritual of Mars, volleys of guns are heard in the distance, and the ritual of Jupiter is accompanied by thunder in the middle of a clear sky. This can frighten an ordinary person, but for a sophisticated magician this is a sign that he is on the right track, because the symbolism undoubtedly corresponds and even manifests itself in the physical world. Thus, there is no cause for concern, even if such occurrences seem strange to a beginner. On the other hand, you should not feverishly expect such events. In view of the fact that we are dealing with a symbolic action, the previously indicated goal of the ritual must be manifested in symbolic form. For example, this can happen simply due to the fact that the magician, embodying Mercury, puts his hand to the chosen object and thereby transfers his energy to it. So you make a simple talisman. In the same way, the oracle, for example, tarot cards, can be questioned in order to more accurately determine the outcome of the planned enterprise. This is also an opportunity for the inner voice to express itself and give useful directions to the magician. Often, working in trance releases your intuition so that valuable insights flood in. The main part of the ritual also includes the eating of sacrificial gifts. If the ritual is performed by several people, this is the moment for conversations in a relaxed, arbitrary manner, which is just very typical for Mercury. They can be completely ridiculous and funny, something can be written down. It is also necessary to take into account that unplanned elements of the ritual are possible at this stage. After a while, the climax will subside. When this happens, it is impossible to calculate exactly, any even approximate estimates are inappropriate. But we can, without a shadow of doubt, determine the moment when the transition to the next stage of the ritual occurs. Thanksgiving prayer and farewell. This step should not be confused with the upcoming prayer of deliverance. Here we are only talking about expressing gratitude, appreciation or loyalty to the union and friendship. This is a very personal event that does not require prescriptions. It depends only on the specific situation whether the magician will say a few words of gratitude, whether he will plunge into silence, say goodbye with a smile, or wave his hand. As long as what is happening fits into the logical scheme of the symbolism, you have complete freedom of action. Small protective ritual of the pentagram. The animistic or spiritual magical model suggests that any magical operation performed by a person attracts incorporeal spirits, like a candle attracts moths. Therefore, this ritual also ends with a protective pentagram ritual to protect you from such entities, not always harmless. In the psychological model, the closure of the circle is mainly considered, which gives the psyche a signal about the end of the operation. From the point of view of the energy model, the attracted forces are again released into the wild, since they are no longer needed for us to perform a magical operation and therefore become redundant. In the same way, unwanted or potentially dangerous energies are reflected. In the information model, this process is considered as a kind of final processing of the parameters and options established at the beginning of the ritual. As a result, the information structure resulting from the ritual is improved, and unwanted data loss is prevented, as accidental gaps are closed. Prayer of deliverance. Tradition does not offer a dogmatic text for the prayer of liberation. The magician creates it at his own discretion. The wording suggested earlier is just one of the options that I use in my own practice. You can change, add to or reject it. Do as you please. Chapter 3. Sigil Magic. One of the main historical achievements of the magic of the 20th century is the magic of sigils by the English artist, writer and occultist Austin Osman Spare, 1886 to 1956. Born into a working-class family, he showed early talent for painting. Already at the beginning of the 20th century, he was considered one of the most promising painters in England. Spare participated in World War I as one of 2 official war artists. Works he created during this period are still on display at the Imperial War Museum in London. It is claimed that it was Spare who later became the founder of Surrealism, but the official history of art completely excludes any mention of him. Not least the reason for this was Spare's eccentric lifestyle and his individualism, which soon after the First World War was expressed in the fact that, be that as it may, he entered the world of magic in his youth. He said that he was friends with a local sorceress and clairvoyant, who taught him the basics of her skill. He was also a member of Crowley's Silver Star, a organization for some time, but did not become a follower. Crowley himself referred to him disparagingly as a black brother. Spare's magic was greatly influenced by the theories of Sigmund Freud. As a result, he can rightly be considered the founder of the psychological magic of the 20th century. In this regard, we will dwell on Spare's magical biography in more detail, since it is in his research that the main provisions of modern money magic are most clearly demonstrated. As you know, Freud made a discovery, arguing that many human forms of behavior are not at all based solely on conscious decisions and biological reflexes, as was previously widely believed. In his theory of the unconscious, he attributed most of the mental dynamics to a sphere that stubbornly eludes daytime consciousness, but has no less significant impact on human life. Spare went even further. He came to the conclusion that this unconscious has magical powers that a person can use when engaging in magical practices. Freud's doctrine of repression also strongly influenced him. Its essence is that repressed traumatic experiences remain active in the subconscious and can manifest themselves in inexplicable, that is, rationally unjustified, inevitable forms of behavior in neuroses. Therefore, the main task of Freudian psychoanalysis is the awareness of these repressions, complexes, and their neutralization. From here, Spare went the other way. He suggested that if unintentional repressions can lead to undesirable compulsive actions, then the same mechanism, through the creation of organized repressions, can set in motion the magical forces of the subconscious. Thus, if Freud considers repression to be something undesirable, from which it is imperative to get rid of, Spare directs him to achieve magical goals. And although Spare's general magic is known to us only in fragments, since he mostly kept it secret and sometimes gave cryptic hints, he described this method in the most detailed way. Therefore, it is not surprising that modern magic can only appreciate Spare's genius by this work. As a keen painter who experimented with automatic writing long before the Surrealists, Spare had no doubt that the censor postulated by Freud, which filters and prevents any direct communication between the conscious and the unconscious, can be bypassed, primarily by using pictorial symbols. And so his sigil magic relies on the creation of symbols of this kind. Unlike traditional magic that existed before him, Spare does not come from a long-established, handed-down set of magical symbols and signs that have their own power. Here he manifests himself as a man of the modern world, an adherent of individualism, who attaches special importance to the fact that there always exists a certain separate personality, in which and through which magical laws are manifested. In the next step, Spare finally breaks with tradition. Even if his sigils are made individually, they are not of a lasting nature. Rather, it is about unique objects that are intended only for a single use and do not acquire their power through systematically repeated use and transmission along the traditional collective line. He has no established formulas, no ritual structures, and he does not attach importance to the ritual. In the same way, magical paraphernalia, references to classical authors and texts are alien to him, just as there are no connections with any closed groups and societies. In the run-up to political and social collectivism, which manifested itself in all its scope in the totalitarian systems of communism and fascism, National Socialism, this kind of radical individualistic approach could only surprise unpleasantly. Speer's contemporaries were no exception. Only in the 70s of the 20th century, his work was rediscovered and evaluated in order to find its place in a distorted form, mainly in the magic of chaos that arose in the English-speaking space. Sigil, what is it? The original meaning of the word sigil is unknown. The word sigil, instead of a seal, or siegel, seal, are more known and used. The word sigil is borrowed into the German language, it seems to us, from English, where it was supposed to designate exclusively sigils made according to the Speer method. This assumption will avoid misunderstandings, since the magic of the sigils according to Speer is fundamentally different from the sigils of Agrippa or the general Hermetics. A sigil is understood as a graphic symbolic representation of a magical expression of will, which, after its creation, must be launched, that is, its action must be activated. There are various methods of making such sigils. But we would like to deal well only with the verbal method described by Speer himself. The creation of any sigil begins with the formulation of a magical will. On this subject, Speer speaks rather sparingly. But we can infer, knowing that at the time he was writing, Kue's method of self-suggestion therapy, the forerunner of positivist suggestion, was popular. The correctness of these conclusions is again and again confirmed in practice. Therefore, the will must be formulated only in a positive way, otherwise the magician is in danger of overloading the subconscious with negative formulations and thereby provoking conflicts that can lead to completely opposite results. Avoid words such as no, not, or never when developing a will. If your goal is not to achieve something, but to prevent something undesirable, you also need to adhere to positive wording. If the unconscious is, according to Speer, as well as psychological magic in general, the seat of all magical powers, this does not mean that it should automatically be considered omnipotent. Here lies the special insidiousness of any magical action. Of course, the magician denies the state of unconsciousness as a method, otherwise he would not devote himself to the practice of magic. But if the refusal to lose consciousness is an important condition to set foot on the path of magic, the limited magical reach is not cancelled. In other words, do not exceed your authority. Those who create and activate the sigil for world peace or hope that they can prevent global climate change with the help of the sigil should not be surprised at failure. Of course, a person is able to achieve much more than he thinks. But this does not mean that he becomes omnipotent. Determining one's own magical limits is often a kind of walking on the edge, which requires a sure flair and the ability to determine where this limit of action ends and illegitimate claims to the other world begin. The desire to set such a limit for each individual would be as arrogant and alien to the magic of Austin Osman Speer, as if some moral, ethical or religious norms prescribed the actions of a magician working with sigils. Speer himself acted completely immorally, which is why Crowley later rejected him. No matter how enthusiastically the English yellow press characterized Crowley as the most corrupted man, he was, for the most part, not an adept at the magic of success, but a representative of his guild, highly concerned with religious and mystical purposes. He maintained a peculiar, but quite rigid idea of morality, which, however, he dealt with rather frivolously. Thus, if only experience can show what you can do with the magic of sigils, then in everything that concerns the moral and ethical boundaries of your actions, experience will be the only teacher you should listen to. And we refer here to sigil magic only as a pure technique, and leave the reader to decide for himself how and for what purposes he will use it. Write your will on a piece of paper in capital letters. Then cross out all the repeating letters, so that each occurs only once. You will end up with an abbreviated letter frame that will be completely incomprehensible when reading. And it is this effect, as we will see later, that will have to be achieved. Below you will find several examples of this method that clearly illustrate the process. The remaining letters form the elements of the graphic sigil. You can arrange them very simply by connecting them graphically. In any case, it is recommended that the resulting graphic symbols be further simplified and abstracted. The purpose of the actions is to project into the subconscious mind a graphic embodiment of your will, and bypassing mental censorship, therefore, it should be as abstract as possible. This can be compared to an operation against political censorship in dictatorial states. Karl Kraus once said, "A joke that the censor gets right deserves a ban." Similarly, in the finished sigil, nothing should be reminiscent of the original wording of the will. The point is precisely to avoid any similarity, symbolic association, or any conscious interpretation. We would like to demonstrate this with one example. Our will is as follows. I want to earn a lot of money this year, too. Now, as already described, we cross out all the repeated letters. I want to earn a lot of money this year underscore 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 underscore. We get the remainder. Icheldsjarven. Figure 6 shows the main sigil resulting from the merging of letters, and its further abstraction. At the same time, it should be noted that there are no right and wrong variants of sigils. The decision is up to you. Here too, experience will be your best mentor. Each sigil you create in the course of your practice of sigil magic will be different. To illustrate, let's take a second example. This time the will is as follows. Figure 6. I will win the lotto this year, 3. Again, all extra letters are removed. I will win the lotto this year underscore 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 underscore. Icheldsjarven. In Figure 7, you can see how we got very close to the final version of the sigil already at the first stage. Figure 7. You need to draw the finished sigil on a separate sheet of paper of such a size that you can clearly distinguish the image at arm's length. Sigil activation. The sigil can be activated or started in a variety of ways. Spare does not elaborate on this point. The development of various forms of activation empirically fell to the lot of subsequent generations of magicians. First, let's define the basic principles of activation. This will allow you to start your own experiments and research. After all, in case of doubt, sigil magic recommends working individually as much as possible. As we have already understood, the most important thing is to successfully bypass the censor postulated by Freud in order to implant our coded instructions into the subconscious. The very creation of the sigil is already a detour against the censor, but that's not all. The sigil must be activated in a state in which the barrier between the conscious and the subconscious is either weakened or completely removed. This state can be likened to a magical trance, but in this case it should be borne in mind that it is preferable to work with trances resulting from excitement. This is because immediately after the sigil is triggered, the operation itself must be forgotten. We will explain this in detail below. A trance of excitement can be achieved by various practices. First of all, the following can be distinguished among them: performing energetic, maximally rhythmic movements, without fail accompanied by musical accompaniment. If the music is slow, most often the trance of excitement turns into a trance of calm, hyperventilation, rapid breathing. It is recommended to perform it only with experience of such exercises, air retention until it can be tolerated. Care must be taken in the presence of complaints about the work of the heart and diseases of the respiratory organs, sexual arousal until the onset of orgasm. Essentially, the activation of the sigil occurs at the culmination of an excited state. The drawn sigil should be in front of your eyes. You should see it well, so that when you reach the climax, close your eyes sharply and immediately hide the sigil, for example, by crumpling the paper, so that later it will never catch your eye again. The last point is very important. Proper, effective activation of a sigil always ends up forgetting it. Since an act of controlled psychic repression is postulated in sigil magic, it is of great importance that the mind and the censor can never correct or otherwise damage the operation itself. Therefore, an experienced magician practicing sigil magic will try to deliberately forget not only the sigil itself, but, as far as possible, the entire magical operation. In this case, an entry about it is entered in the magical diary, but in a coded or hidden form, so as not to provoke, especially if the action of the sigil is long-term, unwanted reawareness, since the latter can cause significant harm to the process that has not yet been completed. When the operation to launch the sigil has reached the desired goal, these restrictions are, of course, lifted. For beginners, it is forgetting that can represent the most difficult stage of the entire magical operation. Anyone who does not yet have a certain skill, not only memory management, the ability to intentionally forget about certain things, will certainly have to work hard at the beginning. But thanks to some tricks, this process can be greatly simplified and facilitated. One possibility is an arbitrary and abrupt distraction, which should be done immediately after the sigil is activated. It can come in many forms: a quick change of topic or a jump in thought, movement, such as a sudden jump, run or fall, or a favored technique of chaos magic, defensive laughter. At first, defensive laughter will be perceived as something unnatural, since we are not used to bursting into laughter on command. However, this does not detract from its effectiveness. Even though at first such laughter seems artificial, with its motor skills it returns a person to the experience of laughter he has, thereby successfully achieving his goal. But why must there be laughter? Behind this recommendation is the observation that a person usually cannot consciously attend to a thought if he laughs with all his heart and with all his might. With laughter of this quality, on the one hand, consciousness is partially turned off, and on the other hand, nothing undesirable penetrates into the subconscious, since it is protected by the very meaningless action, laughter. The conditions of magical protection are thus fully met. In fact, during the last 30 years of Western magic, laughter has proven itself to be the best modern form of magical defense. As already mentioned, only you decide which of the activation methods you prefer. You can even try a completely different, perhaps not yet existing, way. Here we will give only one remark about the sexual magical triggering, activation, of the sigil. As with laughter, we are not accustomed to manipulating sexual ecstasy in order to endow it with some function. Speaking of sexual energy in magic, we mean the most ancient magical practice. It is familiar to many cultures and can be found in many different eras. If we turn to the teachings of the so-called left-handed tantrism of India and Tibet, to the Chinese teaching of internal alchemy, to the sexual magical healing methods of Siberian shamanism, and to the lesser-known but well-documented offshoots of Jewish and Christian mysticism, we will see. Today, many magicians who practice sigil magic activate them in principle only in a sex-magical way. The fact is that they consider this method the fastest and most effective compared to all others. Of course, this method will not be the same for every person, so we do not recommend creating a new dogma and decided to point to this method simply for the sake of creating an objective picture. As for having to intentionally forget the operation to trigger the sigil, simply diverting attention immediately after the actual activation is usually not achieved. For example, if you scheduled an operation for a certain week, but until the appointed day you think about whether it will succeed and whether it will be effective, or if you are already planning where to spend the expected money, then in this case you will not be able to truly forget the operation. Here you will be helped either by iron discipline, or, even better, by quickly avoiding any mention of the operation, while avoiding excessive tension. When in doubt, try different methods to develop your own magical style on this point. With experience, you will be able to forget your sigil operations more and more easily, and this will soon become an easy practice. You can safely destroy the graphic sigil itself immediately after activation. In the future, it will no longer be useful, any reactivation of the same sigil is excluded. If after a while you do not find the desired effect, you need to perform another operation to achieve your goal. You cannot repeat the previous one. Reformulate your will, improve it or make other accents than the previous time. Perhaps your goal was too detailed or, conversely, too vague or too general. In any case, try to create a completely new sigil, which you activate this time with a different method. It may take some time until you become confident in this area, but it is the same with any other human activity. For an experienced magician practicing sigil magic, the entire operation from formulating a will, creating a sigil, and up to its launch takes several minutes. All tools, as we have already said, consist of a pencil and a sheet of paper. Thanks to this, the magic of sigils in our fast-paced time is gaining more and more popularity. I myself got my first personal experience in the field of success magic using sigils, which finally pushed me to enter the path of a magician and to explore this attractive art in all its manifestations. In this chapter we have been introduced to the classic ceremonial magic approach to money magic and to the non-ritual, even more archaic and simple sigil magic. Next, we will turn to some common methods that originate in the magical tradition, but today are more found in the field of psychology or in the non-magical teaching about life. Chapter 4. Power of the horseshoe, money symbols, talismans, and their use in money magic. Money magic is a relatively new phenomenon, and symbols that bring good luck, on the contrary, have existed since ancient times in almost all cultures. Simple folk magic ascribes to them some kind of internal, unfounded magical power. Therefore, people who believe in them usually believe that in order to joyfully enjoy the fruits of the action of such talismans, one does not need to make one's own efforts, or very little will be required. The modern magician sees this as a sign of degradation, the result of a process of depersonalization that has been going on for many centuries, and perhaps even millennia, and which has led to forgetfulness of the original relationships of magical activity and such objects. Historically, the older culture of shamanism, which has partially survived to this day, does not have such talismans. All fetishes and energizing items are single-targeted, as practiced in Hermetic magic and talismanics. In some details, cult rites and techniques may differ from each other, but they are all based on one magical act thought out to the smallest detail. Enlightenment and folklore contributed to the exposure of many traditional talismans, stigmatizing belief in them as a form of superstition. But we will not dwell on this now. Even if we do not take into account that the symbols known in our cultural space, for example, a horseshoe, a four-leaf clover, etc., are indeed endowed with some mysterious magical power, we will be able to use them for magical purposes provided that we do it in this way which, to achieve the desired effect, does not rely on only one fatal faith and hope. Rice. 8. Symbols of good luck. Undoubtedly, from a modern point of view, these symbols have a psychological effect that should not be underestimated. Since their owner is really confident that they will help him achieve his goals, he has a positive attitude, he is in a joyful expectation of change, and this makes him open to factors that have a beneficial effect on the fulfillment of desires. Something similar is found in psychology. They call it a self-fulfilling prophecy, and in medicine a similar phenomenon is called the placebo effect. From a pragmatic point of view, if the goal is achieved, there is no reason to complain. Of course, this method also has its drawbacks. After all, the likelihood of success in general is very small. With rare individual exceptions, the outcome of the whole case is left to chance. And, of course, it is important that within the framework of this system there are not only symbols of good luck, but also signs that promise trouble. Black cats, number 13, bad day Friday, especially the one that falls on the 13th, new moon, midnight cat cry calling for death. This is a list of symbols, events and objects that supposedly bring or portend misfortune, and it is enough extensive. Those who innocently believe in them are naturally more prone to fears, which can manifest themselves in the most unfavorable way in the form of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a placebo effect with the opposite sign. In addition, the set of symbols for good luck or misfortune is completely arbitrary. Let us now turn to the traditional critique of this symbolic structure and its application, an application which no magician would dare to call magic. What is most often overlooked is what could explain the enduring popularity of such superstitions. For as much as these beliefs offend high minds, they have a decisive advantage, which we cannot but appreciate highly enough precisely in the context of money magic. Namely, the idea that such talismans help a person move forward on the path to his happiness is taken for granted. Such a belief can be considered naive, which, by the way, it is. One can deny it any theoretical basis, which would also be true, and reproach it for misleading people and moving them away from really effective techniques and methods of magic. Nevertheless, this uncomplicated naturalness should be learned by any magician. If we were asked to name the main obstacle that the magician encounters again and again, we would name an approach that is exactly the opposite of such practices. After all, his magic is not something taken for granted. We will devote a separate chapter to this topic. In the meantime, it will suffice to point out that the most flexible, unfettered approach to money magic is the most effective method. In the folk magic of success, one can sometimes find amazingly effective mechanisms. The statement "you just have to believe it" in an ironic way expresses something that is seriously taken advice. We see the same thing in folk books. For the expected success to come, an undeniable faith is required, which, it seems, does not allow even a hint of failure. Often, the use of talismans is combined with the cult practices of the dominant religion in the area. For example, with prayers at a wreath of roses, reciting surahs from the Quran, or invoking an avatar of Vishnu. In addition, saints and angels are often called to help. It would be fair to believe that all this is an attempt to make such worship look as close to the religion as possible, so as not to fall under the suspicion of apostasy or heresy. In addition, religions, crowding out others. You can add to this one more remaining unaccounted component. How can the effectiveness of one belief be transferred to another if such practices, sometimes called pagan, have merged with the cult of the dominant religion? We will use these mergers to slightly expand the horizons of our magical possibilities. Figure 9. Activation of personal talismans. If you already have a certain set of personal talismans with which you have had a positive experience, you will probably find it easier to follow the subsequent exercises than if you started everything from scratch. In fact, the presence or absence of such talismans does not play a serious role. A little perseverance, and you will soon pick up the right key. Talisman 1. Step 1. Choose one of the lucky symbols for yourself. This may be a talisman you have already experienced, with which you have been dealing for a long time, or one of the traditional talismans, see Figure 8 and 9. In some cases, you can buy any product of your choice in the souvenir shop. To complete these exercises, you will need 4 talismans. If you need to purchase some of them, do not buy all at once. It is very important that the work on each talisman is separate and self-contained. Let the search for your talismans be carried out in 4 stages. We are talking about the physical, tangible manifestation of the talisman. For example, if you want to choose the number 7, take a 7-shaped pendant made from gold leaf. A 2-dimensional drawing or print will not be enough. This item, among other things, should not be too large. Let it easily fit in a fist. As an example, we will give a symbol of good luck, a pig. However, again, you can use any of the other symbols mentioned, just choose them according to your situation. We will devote the first stage to the sensual perception of the talisman. To do this, you will need to take a little break from the daily hustle and bustle. Get comfortable. Make sure the room is adequately lit. Prepare the following props in advance: a flashlight or a candle, your favorite aromatic substances, perfume, incense, fruits, or something similar, one of your favorite treats, chocolate, candy or other sweets, and, finally, your favorite music, records, CDs, player. All this will be required in the next steps. After you are comfortable, take the talisman in your hand, close your eyes and feel it well. At the same time, pay attention to external properties, as well as weight, shape, temperature, strength, everything that can be felt only by touch and touch. Important. Do not think about your intentions related to money magic, or about things like luck in the game, a lot of money, wealth, success. Try to think only about the sensations that you are experiencing at the moment. If unwanted thoughts do arise, do not frantically try to drive them away, but persistently, again and again, direct your attention to touch, and the disturbers of your peace will disappear on their own. Note: as with money in general, the key here is to get rid of the means to an end mentality. We will apply this initial principle in our work with talismans. The point is not to identify them with some desires, magic powers or meanings. Later, we will see that this approach to the magic of success is more effective and less laborious than that offered by the user mindset that prevails in our culture. Therefore, follow all subsequent steps in the same direction. Give yourself enough time to complete this step. There are no clear rules here, but we recommend that you count on approximately 10 to 20 minutes. You can easily extend the operation, provided that you do not get distracted and plunge into dreams. And, of course, you should not reduce the minimum operation time, even if at first it will be unusual or even boring for you. Without proper training and practice, it is unlikely that you will complete the sensory perception of your talisman described here in less than 10 minutes. Take a short break before moving on to the next step. Talisman 1, Step 2. The next step is to work with the sense of smell. Here you have complete freedom of action. You can rub the talisman with a small amount of perfume or light incense, rub yourself with fragrant oils, it all depends on your desires. After that, take a comfortable position in which you can sniff the figurine of your talisman from time to time, even if you have not rubbed it with an aromatic substance. At the same time, lean back comfortably again without letting go of the talisman from your hands. We recommend doing this with your eyes closed so that your sense of smell is as intense as possible. Deal with disturbing thoughts as described above. Let them flow freely, don't focus on them and put all your attention on the scent. You should calculate the time. The estimated duration will again be 10 to 20 minutes. Take a short break before moving on to the next step. Talisman 1, Step 3. Now the next step is to work with auditory sensations. Put on your favorite or pleasant music. There are no guidelines for choosing a musical style. Lean back comfortably again, close your eyes and hold the talisman in your hand, not squeezing it hard, but feeling it. You need to completely surrender to auditory sensations, from time to time feeling your talisman in your hand. You don't need to do anything more. Deal with distracting thoughts as described above. The duration of this stage is determined mainly depending on the duration of the selected piece of music. In any case, after the music has finished, you should sit with your eyes closed for a while and allow yourself to fully feel the experience. You can leave the next songs on the disc to play and proceed in the same way. After that, take a short break to prepare for the next step. Talisman 1, Step 4. Now it's time for the taste sensations. If your favorite treat is eaten hot, you can cook it during the break. When tasting a dish, keep the talisman in your hand, even if it is sometimes difficult, for example, if you need to use cutlery. When eating, pay special attention to taste sensations. In this case, it is also better to close your eyes, which may seem unusual to you, since, in general, it is not customary to do this when eating. Before swallowing food, you need to taste it as brightly as possible in your mouth, while holding the talisman in your hand, even if you only occasionally remember about it. With intrusive and distracting thoughts, do as described earlier. After eating, hold this impression for a while, sitting with your eyes closed in the most comfortable position for you. After the next break, you can move on to the next step. Talisman 1, Step 5. The next step is to work with visual sensations. Place the talisman in such a way that you can see it well while sitting in a comfortable position. You do not have to hold it in your hands, but you must constantly turn it to view from all sides. Do this in normal lighting first. You can lean forward so that, by turning the object slightly, you can carefully examine it from above and below so that not a single detail escapes you. Important. In this case, it is not required to remember some optical impression. This must be specially mentioned, because such is the habit of our vision. Of course, there's nothing you can do if you remember the image anyway, but this is not the purpose of our work, and later you will not have any advantages from this. Therefore, it is better to free yourself from any desire to get some kind of result from the very beginning, since this action is not work for memorization. With distracting thoughts or associations, do as already said. After you have carried out all this under normal lighting, you need to resort to the help of the means of lighting prepared in advance. It does not matter whether you light a candle or a flashlight, the main thing is to once again examine your talisman in great detail, but now in a brighter light. Otherwise, follow the above scenario. You should allow enough time for this step. Estimated duration can be 10 to 20 minutes. This stage ends after you turn off the additional lighting, followed by a short break. Talisman 1, Step 6. Now comes the turn of the verbal appeal. From the point of view of psychology, this step can be considered one of the forms of personalization of the talisman. With the talisman you need to talk like a living being. At first this may seem strange. We used to do something similar as children when we talked to our teddy bears, dolls and other toys. However, in accordance with the requirements of our culture, this practice has been largely supplanted by us, and such behavior is usually perceived as infantile. And if we notice something similar in an adult, we immediately suspect that he suffers from a mental disorder. For this reason, it is best for you to take this step in seclusion. Not because you will be doing some terribly secret exercises, but because it would be ineffective to amaze others with your actions or, more simply, to make yourself a laughingstock. Here we are talking about barriers that arise under the influence of others, which, however, may not be present in all cultures. A discussion of the details of this problem may take us too far from the topic, so for now we will limit ourselves to only one remark that, for example, in cultures where shamanism and animism are still alive, it is quite normal to speak in full voice with ritual objects and sacred objects. By the way, Christians during the church service do almost the same thing, although this, of course, is evaluated by completely different criteria. This is a very ancient archaic rite, which originated in those days when a person barely mastered speech. Conversations in full voice with ritual objects and sacred objects are perceived quite normally. By the way, Christians during the church service do almost the same thing, although this, of course, is evaluated by completely different criteria. This is a very ancient archaic rite, which originated in those days when a person barely mastered speech. Conversations in full voice with ritual objects and sacred objects are perceived quite normally. By the way, Christians during the church service do almost the same thing, although this, of course, is evaluated by completely different criteria. This is a very ancient archaic rite, which originated in those days when a person barely mastered speech. So, there is no rational reason to feel uncomfortable or constrained at this stage. If, in spite of everything, such feelings arise, do the same as when the distracting thoughts arise. We will not give detailed prescriptions regarding the content of your appeal. It will depend only on your predisposition and intuition. The only installation is that the appeal should be carried out in a positive, friendly manner. Here one should proceed from the consideration that they want to have a talisman as a friend than as an enemy. So, speak to your talisman loudly and clearly, as if you were having a conversation with friends. Greet him, ask him how he is doing, even if you don't get an answer. Verbal acoustic bonding is crucial. Tell him something. Create a cozy atmosphere for your talisman also in terms of language. Flattery is even suitable here. For example, how cute you are, you have such a beautiful skin color, I have never seen such a wonderful pig. In no case spare no compliments. Stroke, slander around the room, press to your heart, kiss, tell a joke, laugh. The main thing in this lesson is joy and fun. Don't be alarmed if you find, to your surprise, how easy it is for you and how much fun it is. It doesn't have to be this way, but if it does, then you're on the right track. Let all confusing thoughts and associations flow calmly, without creating internal resistance or stiffness in yourself and without being distracted from your main occupation. The approximate duration of this step is also 10 to 20 minutes. After that, take a short break again before you move on to the next, and last, step. Talisman 1, Step 7. Now we will take care of a suitable dwelling for our talisman. Its design is completely up to your imagination. All this does not require much effort, but you can work hard. Here, too, there are no right or wrong decisions. You can arrange for your talisman a cozy bed of wool and fabrics in the corner where you have various knickknacks. It can be more or less noticeable. It all depends on whether in this case you have to be afraid of annoying questions from your household or guests. It is only important not to lock the talisman in any closet or drawer. He should be in an open area in daylight. If you want to keep it out of sight, there's sure to be an inconspicuous spot on your bedroom closet, kitchen or bookshelf. In any case, the habitat of your comrade in happiness should be inside your living space. Do not lock the talisman somewhere in the coal cellar and send it into exile in the garden shed or pantry. From a psychological point of view, this is about integrating the symbol of good luck into your daily life. It is also not necessary to allocate some special place for the talisman. The more natural, without noise and interference, it is introduced into your life, the better. You shouldn't pay special attention to it from the very beginning. Simple wishes of good morning and good night will be enough. There is also the next, 8th step, which is performed after you have done similar operations with the rest of the talismans. It will be discussed further. Talisman 2. With the second talisman, you do the same as with the first. It is recommended that you do this the next day, and this operation requires some time and effort. Also, it is better if you concentrate on working with only one talisman per day and then let them work freely. When creating a dwelling, step 7, you should treat the second talisman as individually as with the first, not just put it next to the first, but show the same care towards it. It does not hurt if you try to arrange for each talisman a dwelling that is suitable for him, as for a real living being. So, for example, you could put a chimney sweep figure in a house with a roof, which can be easily made from cardboard. Once again, we would like to emphasize that one should not listen to the protests of common sense, which will consider all this childish, absurd, and nonsense. After all, reason itself is not always infallible. Whether your manipulations will benefit you, you will know for sure only when you carry them out. Talisman 3. With him you do the same work as with the previous talismans. Talisman 4. With him you do the same work as with the previous talismans. All talismans, step 8. The 8th, and last, step is essentially the same for all talismans, but you must dedicate one day to each talisman. Choose the day when you will take your first talisman again in order to perform the following actions with it. You will need to release the talisman to the big world. This can happen in different ways. For example, you can give it to some person you like, even a stranger. Maybe you can give it to a child at the playground or in the supermarket without indulging in verbosity. This does not mean that you should remain silent, but in no case should you explain the situation, much less justify it. With the same success, you can leave your talisman somewhere. For example, at the side of the city fountain, at the pedestal of the monument, on the observation deck or on the playground, at the city mailbox. Important. You must be clear from the very beginning that this is not about separation. In a certain symbolic sense, as a result of the operation, the talisman becomes a part of yourself, which you put into circulation. This point cannot even be emphasized precisely enough. We are used to giving up something in order to get something. Here we are not talking about a donation and not about a gratuitous rejection of a valuable or beloved personal thing, in order to thus be able to expect compensation from the universe. Remember what we have already said about the connection of money with the element of air. We have come to the conclusion that money is something fleeting, constantly moving, and only in this way can it retain its true value. Money needs to be spent, that is, let go. Trying to retain and turn them into real estate would be not only absurd, but also inefficient. This is why we don't write our name and address on banknotes that travel through our wallets, although you probably do on other items of your property. Something similar happens with talismans. Launching them into circulation, being at the same time in a joyful mood, we symbolically open channels for good luck, which in this context is interpreted primarily in a material and applied sense. Symbolically, we stretch out our hands to it, blocking the space of our everyday life, send our scout into the big world and weave the threads of our destiny. You can choose for yourself one of these metaphors, the one that suits you best. Farewell to the talisman should be joyful. You can wave to him, wink, or quietly say happy goodbye. Don't limit your ingenuity. You don't have to make the effort to forget the whole operation, as in sigil magic, but you also don't have to indulge in thoughts of quick rewards. Wait a couple of days before parting with the second talisman. It is better to release the talisman spontaneously, rather than scrupulously thinking through every action. Do not overload yourself with planning, but seize the right moment. This will give the whole event more ease and fun. Do the same with the rest of the talismans, observing an interval of several days. So, we worked with 4 talismans, and each cycle of work consisted of 8 steps. From the point of view of Hermetics and Kabbalistics, we have thus united the planetary energies of Jupiter, 4, and Mercury, 8. This is not a sine qua non, but helps to apply the technique of money magic, namely the indirect approach, which we will now discuss in more detail. You are free to carry out an additional operation with the subsequent 4 talismans in a way already familiar to you. It's even recommended. After several completed cycles of this kind, you will intuitively understand more clearly what the meaning of money magic is, based on the principles of the influence of Mercury and the elements of air. In this case, we, unlike the ritual and magic of sigils, did not work with specific goals, desires, or wills. Therefore, in this case we are talking about actions that are not endowed with a specific meaning. These actions are more likely to create a certain mood or state of mind than to achieve specific visible results. This is how we define the technique of indirect approach. The focus of our efforts is not a linear you to me, I to you, not a frantic hunt for the necessary success, not a completely result-oriented action. The main thing is to involve all our 5 senses, without any semantic load, the ability to socialize, create connections with the outside world by spreading our symbols of good luck in it. Here we will not go into theoretical explanations and justifications, because that would add too much space to the book. Let us just point out that, with the help of this effortless operation, we will eventually unite all the factors of work and perception that are significant for us and essentially characterize us in one coherent system that corresponds to a chaotic and unpredictable world, unite instead of imposing a linear ordered structure on it. Linear start is not always unsuccessful. It requires more rigidity, discipline, limitations and exceptions, because wherever a person tries to find laws and rules that really reflect only his own logical principles, he refuses an infinite number of other possibilities and alternatives that only chaos can offer. Let us not forget that the chaos, which at a later time so embarrassed many. Of course, it is hard for a person to refuse to create orderly structures, although he confuses this creation in an act of grandiose self-denial with discovery. But from this moment on, it becomes very problematic to assign to these structures any kind of built-up character of actions, since they either overlap or completely exclude other, alternative possibilities. Thus, from the experience of ecstatic states, which in mysticism were called divine spectacles, all the regulating bookish religions arose, the most important goal of which was to discipline human society with the help of laws, fines, promises of the benefits of the other world and threats of falling into hell. Therefore, we should not be surprised that mystics in each of these higher religions are treated with distrust, if not excluded altogether as apostates and heretics. The described method allows us to expand our possibilities related to the magic of money by an order of magnitude, instead of limiting them to linearity, which, in fact, comes from the material grasping reflex, and causing the negative effects and imbalance that follow it. Uncertain as all this may seem, the most important thing is to achieve the success of the magical operation. You have already had the opportunity to see that all roads here lead to Rome, and we will refrain from recommending any one of them, so as not to diminish the importance of others and not to burden you with dogmas. This is connected not only with our worldview, in which the refusal of excessive care is significant in the struggle for the freedom of a person from the fetters of the impossibility of self-determination and dependence on the opinions of others. Another reason lies in the view of the world as essentially chaotic, and therefore not regulated in any way. Talismans in action. If we were now to define the effects and successes of our talisman operations, or, moreover, to provide a systematic list of them, this would contradict everything said above. In fact, the effect can come in the same way as talismans were put into circulation easily, indirectly. Since we have abandoned any specific goals, we no longer need to bother tracking cause and effect relationships. We are not looking for tricks to evade the need to prove whether magic works or not, and if so, how it works. There are other mechanisms for proofs of this kind, some of which we have already explained, but they, nevertheless, are not a priority for our reflections. It may come as a culture shock to some of our readers, because we are wired that way. Although, with a critical approach, it very often turns out that the indisputable evidence of one era of mankind, with some exceptions, becomes ridiculous superstitions for other, subsequent eras. This, however, does not prevent our culture from continuing to insist on provability, and one can foresee that some things will soon change. Like any weapon that a person picks up in order to become stronger, and which restricts his movements, and sometimes makes it impossible to move at all. The cult of the provability of phenomena and things requires its price, limiting us to the laws of nature and other rules. If, for example, preference was given only to the natural sciences, this book would hardly have been written. And this shows that there are still people. And if suddenly unusual happy accidents begin to happen to you after the operation with the talismans, let the dam break and enjoy the win, instead of quickly caulking it again and immersing yourself in thoughts, how well this operation worked. In the next 2 chapters, we will deal with the collection of fruits of the operations of the practice of money magic, without tightening ourselves in the corset of magical objective necessities. Chapter 5. Reward for the Soul. Psychological Foundations of Money Magic. The exercises given in the previous chapter ended with the symbols that were processed in accordance with the magic of money you had to put into circulation. However, you did not associate them with specific goals, intentions, or wishes. But why was such a bypass path, atypical for Western magic, needed? Traditionally, great importance is attached to the polished form of the will of the magician, which clearly outlines the goals of the magical operation and does not allow the slightest deviation. The reason lies in the general psychological weather conditions that, on a cultural and social level, determine our handling of money. In order to better understand these conditions, with all their ramifications and consequences that manifest themselves in our modern everyday life, we need to make an excursion into the history of culture and, above all, ideology itself. All religions of the world are equally characterized by a detached attitude to the earthly. Sometimes the moral world is presented in them as a veil that needs to be overcome as soon as possible. Sometimes it is perceived as a place of trials in which a person manifests himself, and then, after physical death, his soul receives an appropriate reward or punishment. These ideas are found in Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Something similar can be found in Hinduism and in various branches of Buddhism, despite the fact that the latter are not based on the concept of the existence of the soul. According to these religions, the real life, which is really the whole point, will not take place on earth. Therefore, if a person is too strongly attached to the earthly world and thereby loses his true destiny, the kingdom of heaven, deliverance from a series of rebirths, nirvana, etc., it provokes condemnation. An earthly life with its inferior nature is subordinate to this world and is only an insignificant episode in eternity. Hostility to earthly existence is particularly acute in Christianity. While the other 2 monotheistic religions, Judaism and Islam, are unfamiliar with a pronounced contempt for everything carnal, with the exception of a very few radical sects, in Christian religions this feeling has been nurtured for a long time, which we can observe right up to our time in spite of all reforms and modernizations. Of course, there is an abyss of inconsistency between the pure teaching of religion and its everyday reality. Whatever high priests, religious authorities, gurus, saints, and teachers preach, they have little to say against the objective necessity and natural needs of biology and metabolism. Since few people in any culture are willing or able to lead a life strictly in accordance with religious dogma, such anti-worldly and worldly attitudes are constantly ignored, reinterpreted, and lead to hypocrisy or indifference. This, of course, does not mean that these sets of rules and regulations do not entail serious consequences. Just the opposite. For it is precisely the avoidance strategies inherent in earthly routine that are, in the end, only the expression of an ideal model of what they are trying to circumvent. The same applies to any public morality and ethics, even if they do not appeal to religious truths and commandments. The main point for the effectiveness of these norms is the extent to which they are observed. Embodying the fundamental system of relationships or social approval, they set the main direction for all social worldview trends. As is often the case in human life, here we are talking about complex, barely noticeable factors of action, which often turn out to be much deeper, tougher and more influential than all repressive measures implemented only with the help of physical coercion and the force of law. So, for example, in a society with a predominantly Christian ethics of sexuality, in order to restore a healthy attitude towards sexuality or to learn Christian ideas about love for one's neighbor and sympathy, it is not necessary to be educated and socialized in the Christian tradition. On the contrary, for these factors to influence society, it is enough that they receive universal public approval over a long period of time. Something similar happens with the contempt of the Mammon deity. This deity was initially rejected as not having Israeli roots, and with the course of history became identified with any possession of material goods and, therefore, with money. And now most people, most likely, are unfamiliar with the historical background of the origin of the Mammon deity, but its rejection has been preserved. Where the word mammon is used as a synonym for the word money, there is never a positive assessment. This example clearly demonstrates that cultural values and prejudices live for a very long time and can remain comprehensive and effective even after their original meaning has sunk into oblivion. As practitioners of money magic, we will not argue about the rejection of the real world that originates in religion, because it largely determines, among other things, our individual and collective attitude towards money. A convincing definition of magic could be the following: magic is the ability to assert one's reality in spite of the world. Of course, some of this interpretation of magic is subject to criticism, but in this chapter we would like to use this definition as a working hypothesis to explore the question of how it can help us bring our magical operations to the highest degree of efficiency. At least with this definition, the extent of the brewing conflict becomes clear. If the magician wants to really be successful in money magic, he needs to overcome everything that goes against his intentions, even if it is the whole world. Thus, as long as you continue to hold on to the dominant norms and values that always see something daring, even criminal and asocial in getting money without doing a certain job, it is not surprising that your ambitions in the field of money magic again and again rebound from the fortress walls of the outside world, but its moral and ethical essence hostile. In the era of turbo-capitalism, we can see how the receipt of money takes on less and less regulated forms, while Western society, at least in theory and in public political and moral discourse, adheres more to such unproductive values /U200B /U200 BAS human rights, anti-racism, struggle against discrimination, etc. For example, the labor force in countries with low wages, as before, mercilessly exploited by industrialized countries in their economies, but at the same time more or less consistent efforts are being made to eliminate child labor, female discrimination, the death penalty, torture or repression against political dissidents. But this is not about a fundamental criticism of society, but about how to develop effective money magic in such a field of tension, for which, unfortunately, we have only the worst prerequisites. One method that could help overcome this problem was presented in the previous chapter. It is the separation of a magical operation from its original purpose. When you released your talisman into the world without pursuing a specific benefit, you have already destroyed a significant part of the causal chain between doing the work and receiving the corresponding reward. Bringing it all down to one short recommendation, we can express it in the following formula. Deprive money of its functional role and do not treat it as a mere means to an end. Get rid of the obsession, if you are still under its influence, and this certainly applies to most of our contemporaries, the idea that money must necessarily be associated with the performance of work. Of course, this is easier said than done. But thanks to this, you can, perhaps, fight back against habits and dominant social approval. This approval is something more serious than the comparatively innocuous general mood, for it can be found not only in the moralizing exhortations of the media and cultural critics, but also in the legal system and its application. It determines both social policy and the mode of action of the investigating authorities in solving a crime, governs the world of the economy and much, much more. Therefore, avoiding meeting public approval is difficult, which every generation of escapists and utopians has more than sipped. There are cases when people were declared incompetent because they wanted to give away their millions of fortunes to the poor, without resorting to the help of such intermediaries as foundations or charitable organizations. Anyone who comes to the market to distribute banknotes there free of charge is immediately suspected of selling counterfeit money, pursuing some, even at first glance, obscure fraudulent goals, or simply being insane. One can make many theories about such cultural restrictions without having any consequences in practice. But if we, as practitioners of money magic, decide on the monstrous act of receiving money, without giving such counter-commitments as hard work, business sense, productivity and the like, then we will certainly encounter a whole series of problems, barriers and attacks. On one point, we can certainly agree with the representatives of Christian morality. In a world that is increasingly dependent on the material, a person also very easily turns into a materialized commodity, the value of which is determined only by numerical productivity and benefits expressed in money. A very similar, albeit not based on religion, criticism was formulated by Marxism already at the beginning of the 19th century. The assimilation of such reification and the ever more pervasive principle of success that goes with it causes, as expected, a neurotic disorientation, which here, for the sake of simplicity, we will call the poor man's mind. This mentality, on closer examination, turns out to be a truly complex picture, and we will discuss only those components of it that are really essential to our narrative. That, who is inclined to determine his own worth, at least in the main, by the possession of a certain amount or the state of a bank account, also has a poor man's consciousness, like any person who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as you know, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. At least in the main, the possession of a certain amount or the state of a bank account also has a poor man's consciousness, like any person who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as is known, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. At least in the main, the possession of a certain amount or the state of a bank account also has a poor man's consciousness, like any person who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as is known, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. The possession of a certain amount or the state of a bank account also has the consciousness of a poor man, like any person who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as you know, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. The possession of a certain amount or the state of a bank account also has the consciousness of a poor man, like any person who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as you know, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. Who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as you know, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. Who compensates for any of his business or financial failure by playing on this old hurdy-gurdy of money, in which, as you know, there is no happiness. It should not be surprising that public opinion polls constantly confirm the fact that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their bosses, despite significant material gains. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. That in the conduct of public opinion polls, the fact is constantly confirmed that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their superiors, regardless of significant material profit. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. That in the conduct of public opinion polls, the fact is constantly confirmed that only a minority of workers and employees would like to change places with their superiors, regardless of significant material profit. Of course, preventing a particular person from becoming a millionaire, even if there are all the necessary conditions for this, can at least be that this will exceed the threshold of understanding his own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. That it will exceed the threshold of understanding its own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. That it will exceed the threshold of understanding its own self-worth. Anyone who does not consider himself worthy of earning millions will never receive them. Next, we will return to how we can use these internal brakes and barriers to succeed in money magic. Here, first of all, it is important to determine the individual state of affairs and work to improve it. Such work includes putting a detached theory into practice through one's own experience, which is what the next exercise is about. Exercise: send money on a trip. Stock up on lots of small bills. Since you will be sending this money on a trip, it should be an amount that you can do without and the lack of which will not lead you to financial ruin. The exact amount depends, of course, on your financial circumstances, but it should be sufficient so as not to turn the whole operation into a trifle. In one of the old bad examples of suffering, it was said, "It must hurt." Of course, we want to get out of the pattern of thinking that owes its existence to the consciousness of the poor, but this requires that everything related to our internal barriers and discomfort be thoroughly and under vigilant control. The same applies to the choice of banknotes. There should be as many of them as possible so that you can accumulate more experience. At the same time, it is not particularly advisable to use too small ones so that it is not perceived by the receiving party, more will be said about it later, as an insignificant handout. In the end, this choice depends on the circumstances accompanying the exercise. A little later we will talk about this in detail. Grab your cash and head to where the foot traffic is the most intense. At the same time, avoid places where there is a chance to meet your friends and acquaintances, so in this case you need contacts with complete strangers. Choose a place where you can talk to them without interference, without violating traffic rules or, for example, without falling into the area of a construction crane. For a while, just watch the passers-by until you catch your eye on the person who does not look like he is in a difficult financial situation. Of course, appearances are deceiving, but the logic of our exercise requires only that your further actions are not dictated by compassion or mercy. Accordingly, in no case are beggars, homeless or street beggars taken into account. Smiling, approach the chosen person and speak to him in a friendly manner, holding one of your banknotes at the ready. Tell him something like, "I would like to give you something," or "Can I give you this money?" or maybe something playful, "This bill really wants to get into your hands, take it, please." It's not about the exact wording of the phrase, it is important that you do not come up with explanations and excuses to justify your actions. Do not invent forced lies, sewn with white thread, like a population survey that you allegedly conduct. Do not invent an imaginary lottery or advertising campaign. As with talismans, this process should be easy and without any particular purpose. You are not forbidden to think in advance how people made happy with you will react. Reality will still surpass all your fantasies. Don't be surprised when you encounter rejection, distrust, and answers like "How did you even think of that?" or "Yes, you are crazy," up to a sharp "Yes, leave me alone." We do not need to give examples of situations here, as it is best if you go through the entire exercise with no particular expectations. The following advice, however, will help you safely get out of likely unpleasant situations. If any of the bystanders with whom you are talking suddenly call the police, the law enforcement officers will, of course, want to identify you and ask you questions. Therefore, make sure that you have the proper, valid certificates and documents with you. In addition, you need to take care of a decent appearance and appropriate clothing so that suspicion of theft does not fall on you. It would be best if you take with you an expense document confirming the issuance of this amount by your bank, which, however, you should present only upon request. You are not doing anything illegal. There is no law that would prohibit you from giving your money on the street to strangers, provided that you do not obstruct traffic or incite the recipients to commit a crime. Please note that these are simple precautions in case you are actually subjected to a police check. This is by no means a hard and fast rule, just that you should not be upset if you suddenly encounter it. Your task is to distribute the entire amount to as many strangers as possible. At the same time, you must personally contact them and transfer the money to them. Don't try to outsmart yourself by simply throwing your money in the middle of the marketplace. Also, do not put them in some crowded place and hide. We are talking about social behavioral confrontation with the dominant condition money equals work done. As with the last step of your talisman work, we are not talking about loss, renunciation or sacrifice here. Putting it all together, it can be formulated as follows. In order for the cash flow to continue to flow unhindered in your direction, you must first flush the channels and with the help of the same money. After completing this part of the exercise, go home and summarize. What happened to you, from the preparatory period to talking to passers-by and handing over money? Did you look funny? Stupid? Have you scolded yourself for agreeing to do all sorts of nonsense at someone else's instigation? Or did you do great? Did you have peace of mind? Or maybe you even felt superior? Make as many notes as possible, preferably in the form of a detailed protocol. Do not forget to indicate the place and date at the same time, so that with these data you can then better follow your development in the field of money magic. The mirror of the soul refers to the main tools of the Western magical tradition. In this exercise, we need to make full use of this tool. In the next step, analyze the reactions of passers-by, both those whom you managed to give, and those who refused your gift or ignored you. What emotions prevailed in the behavior of passers-by? Refusal? Agreement? Astonishment? Rage? Mistrust? Uncertainty? Complete your written protocol with these observations, describing everything in great detail. This will be followed by work with conclusions. What did you learn about yourself from this exercise? How do you feel about the equation money equals work done? If you had to make an effort to talk to passers-by and give them a gift, what underlies this feeling of awkwardness? If it was easy for you, then why? Have you noticed any fears behind you? Perhaps panic? To what extent did your own mood depend on the reaction of passers-by? What was different than what usually happens when you have to talk to strangers? In conclusion, it remains to analyze the attitude towards money itself. How did it feel to part with your money and get nothing in return? Did it bother you, or were these feelings overshadowed by the unusual situation and your attempts to cope with it? Did you enjoy this reckless donation? How do you feel about it now? Have you had or do you have any doubts? If so, which ones? If not, why not? These are not tricky questions. After all, there can be just as compelling and perfectly rational reasons for doubt as for confidence in your actions. Did the experience gained in this exercise enrich you, or, on the contrary, deceive you in some way? In what are you deceived? Finding answers to the following questions can be very instructive and interesting. Who would you now, after completing the exercise, also advise to perform it, maybe even without a magical background? To whom would you recommend this? Based on what would you do this or that? How do you assess people's attitude towards money in general? And in some cases, make a list of your friends and acquaintances and think about how they would behave when doing this exercise. Justify your predictions. It is not enough to simply assert something or speculate. It is also not necessary to guess the correct answers. The psyche is a multifaceted substance, and here we want to explore it as best we can. It goes without saying that no one can force you to perform the proposed exercises. You have your own way of thinking, you have tried yourself in a wide variety of practices and know how to create theoretical projects on a tablet, but the decision to put them into practice is up to you. However, we would not recommend proceeding with the exercise below if you have not yet completed the send money travel exercise. Of course, there will be no damage and harm, but for sure some important details will escape you. Also, the order of these exercises should not be reversed, as they follow a certain internal logic that helps the improvement of money magic and will be broken if you do not follow the order. In the previous exercise, you practiced applied unselfishness in the truest sense of the word. After all, if you did the exercise correctly, in compliance with all the recommendations, then, giving money to passers-by, you did not think whether you would receive an indirect or direct equivalent amount or reward for your actions. In our predominantly Christian culture, the word selflessness burdened with a number of moral associations, due to which the technical aspect of this process is forgotten. You read that right, a process, not a state. If we study the works of mystics from this point of view, we will be able to make sure that, despite the constantly accentuated, both in Western and Eastern mysticism, the need to set a task for the eye, we are talking about an active mode of action, about effort, and even struggle with his other eye, which, apparently, seem to be an undesirable hindrance or even something bad. Certainly, mysticism, like religion, maintains a contemptuous attitude towards the earthly world. But at the same time, mysticism calls for salvation, no matter what it is called, nirvana, moksha, satori, or simply divine ecstasy, already in this life, and not in the afterlife, access to which is open to a person only after his physical death. All classical magical systems are essentially deistic: gods, spirits, demons, archangels and angels. The devil, they are always dominated by extraterrestrial entities, most often immortal, even if sometimes they are interpreted very abstractly from cosmic fundamental principles, as, for example, in ancient Chinese or Buddhist tradition. It is only after the advent of sparse sigil magic that the dark arts leave this essentially devout path, although due to the lack of reliable sources, we cannot know for sure whether this was consistent with sparse magic as a whole. It is important that these transcendent entities are not constrained by their own eye. For the sake of simplicity, we will identify it with a personality, and therefore do not experience suffering, as happens with a person. But whatever ideology magic has developed since the rise of Gnosticism in the desire to achieve enlightenment, or even crystallization of one's own eye, this eye is called into question even by such a relatively traditional and simple magical operation as invocation. It is effective only because the magician's own eye is selectively replaced by another, most often divine being. The main idea is that all of existence is ultimately just a heap of limitations to be overcome, and that is what the magician seeks to do. The next exercise, in short, is the antagonist of the previous one. In fact, as we shall see, a rather extensive thematic cycle opens up to them. Exercise invitation of money. This time, no additional preparation is required, and there is no need to collect the amount intended specifically for the exercise. Go to a busy place again where you can only meet strangers. Before you take action, tune into it. This setup won't take long. Choose a person, go up to him and greet him warmly. What happens next is up to you. Your imagination here can be limitless. It is only important to encourage a stranger to give you money. Do not invent any lamenting stories. You should not have any explanations ready, even if, most likely, you will be asked about it. The most important thing about this exercise is that you are not begging for money in connection with some imaginary or real need, out of compassion, or in exchange for a promise to do something for others. Your task, on the contrary, is to invite money to yourself, without having good reasons for it, and other people are only intermediaries in this event. Perhaps this exercise will seem counterintuitive to you and even insane from a conventional point of view. But we, practitioners of the magic of money, it is precisely such generally accepted ideas that must be destroyed, unless, of course, we want to forever remain unfortunate prisoners of the logical chain work reward. Social contacts in the proposed exercises will help you gain a different perspective. As in the previous exercise, the amount of money should not be too small or too large. Most people tend to avoid controversy about this by accepting small amounts, under the mistaken belief that it's not that bad, or that people would then not be perceived as bad. Of course, it is up to you to decide whether to follow these guidelines or ignore them. Naturally, in the latter case, you should seriously think, maybe it would be better for you to continue to observe the rules and laws of conformity characteristic of a production society. After all, not everyone is born to be an outsider, just like not all people know how to go all the way in all areas of life. If you completed the exercise following the recommendations outlined here, then proceed as you did last time. Make a detailed protocol and not only list your observations, but also summarize and develop further questions. In my seminars on the topic of money, I often unexpectedly ask the participants the question to which they had to answer spontaneously, without hesitation: what is your price in monetary terms? Of course, such a formulation immediately causes bewilderment and indignation. How can you measure the value of a person with money? But much more than many participants in the seminar was frightened by the fact that the amounts mentioned were in 90% of the cases much lower than those they aspired to receive. Here again the very consciousness of the poor man, of which we have already spoken, rears its ugly head. This is a demon that cannot be overcome to the end. And it is natural that a seminar participant suffers when the coach, after he finally shyly and quietly squeezes out of himself 10,000 euros, looking firmly into his eyes, coldly says to him, "So you will never get more." Often this even leads to tears, which, of course, is unpleasant. However, this situation perfectly demonstrates how firmly, almost tightly, the consciousness of the poor is rooted in us. After all, if you do not represent any value for yourself, then for others you also have no value, and even more so for money. Many thick books have been written about the reasons for such self-esteem. This is connected both with the herd feeling of a person, and with the fundamental natural needs of his existence as a biological being. Unfortunately, we cannot dwell on this topic in detail here. In any case, it remains an empirical fact that, contrary to thousands of years of production ideology, it is only rarely that those who own the lion's share of the means of production are themselves the most productive people. A non-worker, day after day, bending his back at a construction site or in a factory floor, writes off most of the profit at the end of the month. This person is the owner of a construction company or factory. It is not a nurse, who from morning to evening, and quite often on the night shift, does the hardest work, caring for patients, can rejoice at the highest possible salary it is received by the head physician of the clinic. This is not about public criticism or analysis of the political system. As important as they may be in other contexts, here we are investigating how much internal and external barriers prevent us from successfully realizing our goals related to money magic, and what we can change in this situation. Try to play the joke by imagining money as a real person for quite some time. This is not a formal exercise for which you have to choose a specific time and place. On the contrary, you need to incorporate these kinds of thought games into your daily reality as deeply as possible. You can indulge in it while waiting for a bus at a bus stop, standing in line at the cinema box office, washing your hands in a restaurant, cycling in the woods, or relaxing in some quiet place. Imagine somehow that you yourself are this Mr. Money. Who would you rather go to, a person who only sees you as a means to an end and treats you accordingly, or someone who plays with you childishly, talks and caresses, makes you comfortable and doesn't go out of your way strength to hold if you suddenly want to leave? Money is a sociable creature, and it will most likely go where it likes everything, than in the miserable, boring and dead piggy bank of an unfortunate miser, where there is not a breath of fresh air. Money to money. Suppose you were money. How would you like it if you were only welcome when you appeared to be strong or healthy enough? Would you feel taken seriously if you were only appreciated by your appearance? Or for your friends that you can bring with you? Of course, this is primarily a psychological trick. Thanks to personification and a change in perspective, a completely different world opens up to us, which seems to have hardly anything in common with the world we know. But isn't it always exactly the same in magic? Based on your reflections, draw practical, actionable conclusions. We will not prescribe them to you, a couple of tips will suffice. If you, whether in the role of money or in the role of a person, are unpleasant for you to constantly represent only a function, change your attitude towards money. How do you deal with someone who pays attention to you only when he needs you, and in other cases does not even notice you? Most people wouldn't like it. Therefore, handle money more carefully and with love. Followed by recommendations, based on which you can create your own set of exercises to your liking. From the point of view of the magic of money, none of them will be in vain. If you like it better, take the whole operation as one rather long and voluminous ritual of money magic. Make a list of your favorite activities. Then, for each item, think of 4, at least, ways to make money doing this activity. It doesn't matter if you later put these features into practice. But they must be more or less real and doable. Make a list of activities that you are best at doing. It doesn't have to be the same as before. Then, for each item, think of 3 seemingly realistic ways to make money doing these activities. For the rest, everything said in the previous recommendation applies. Make an inventory of the property. Be meticulous in listing everything you own, specific items or financial investments in real estate and art. Also, don't forget about such imaginary rubbish as skeins of twine, trouser buttons, souvenirs, curls of hair, etc. In other words, you need to list everything. As you make the list, try not to think about the value or lack of value of the individual list items. When the list is ready, assign a cost to each item. Surely many things will seem completely worthless to you, for example, some withered rose petals in a poetry album, stones from the beach where you rested, etc. But if they were of no value to you, then you would hardly own them and kept for so long, right? In such a case, determine the price for which you would be willing to part with them. After you fill in the entire list without spaces, calculate the total amount. The result will be an assessment of your material wealth at the present time. Of course, it may happen that you will not be able to receive the amount determined in this way in your bank, but now this is not important for us at all. You need to see with your own eyes how rich you are already. Do the same as in the previous recommendation, only this time make a list of your financial obligations, bank loans, money owed but not yet returned to friends and family, mortgages, next rent payment, alimony, etc. You will certainly be able to immediately name specific amounts. This may give rise to an interesting reflection: how is it that we can always accurately indicate the amount of our debts, mistakenly regarded as a factor of impoverishment, but hardly the value of our property? Add up the amounts received. The result is not what you might think, i.e., the calculated balance of your poverty. It's really about the value that others have invested in you, either by lending you money or by not paying for a favor right away. Make a list of 3 completely different ways for you to make money that you would really be ready for. Describe them in as much detail as possible. Map out the implementation technology, calculate potential revenues, costs, conditions, such as materials or obtaining the necessary professional qualifications, until you have a small business plan for each option. Before moving on to the next step, take another look at all 3 options and see if you could actually put them into practice without neglecting or giving up your current earnings. Now take a dice and assign a number from 1 to 6 for each of the options. Throw a die until one of the choices comes up twice. Now put your plan into action. Why should you roll the dice? Not only because it will give a game character to the whole process of earning, but also due to the development of several options at once and the random loss of numbers. In a symbolic and psychological sense, you make it clear to yourself and the world that your possibilities are much wider than your present material or social situation allows you to judge. After all, whoever is able to manage his life in this way, the gods of fate will very soon not be able to give any instructions. Think of 4 unusual ways you can put money into circulation. At the same time, try not to undermine your budget and do not spend effort on small amounts. Chapter 6. Saturn is an eternal obstacle. How to outsmart him. In astromagic, Saturn, as we have briefly mentioned, signifies both concretization and obstacles. In psychology, we are familiar with similar concepts of complexes, suppressions, fears and other counteractions, which, as a rule, do not allow a person to realize his life goals and desires of his own free will. Since the appearance of Sigmund Freud's totem and taboo, the Polynesian word taboo has been used to refer to topics that are forbidden by individual psychology or society. Saturn is, to a certain extent, the personification of such taboos, which tend to appear, or at least have appeared for very rational and logical reasons, and this cannot be completely overlooked in the generally accepted modern disregard for prohibitions and rules of any kind. The most famous, perhaps, is the taboo from the sexual biological sphere. The social implementation of bans often requires a lot of effort and often goes hand in hand with tough measures that are not always taken without question, which entails new, often unforeseen problems. Therefore, prohibitions are often characterized by the fact that, once established, they persist for a long time and become traditional, despite the fact that their usefulness has already been exhausted or, in some cases, turns into its opposite. This resilience is nothing less than a manifestation of the extraordinary force with which prohibitions were imposed, producing a fear that cannot be destroyed by rational explanation alone. To this is often added the fatal inclination of man to substitutions. If, for example, individual or collective fears persist, they often refer to situations, people, and circumstances with which, from a purely rational point of view, they have little or nothing to do with. Thus, for example, a jealous wife may fret over her husband's profligate delusions, question his personal abilities, or engage in other substitutional battles in which the real motive is never mentioned and is probably a mystery even to herself. At the same time, the fact that uninvolved third parties can often very quickly recognize these mechanisms does not change the essence of what is happening. The mere mention of this topic causes them strong denial. It is also not uncommon. There are many areas of life that seem to be designed specifically for such replacements. Religiosity often becomes an arena for disputes that, on closer examination, have nothing to do with religion. Thus, a celibate priest throws thunder and lightning against the decline of morals, demonstrates his compassion and concern only for the good of the poor, speaks of the true destiny of a woman as a mother, and at the same time is driven only by her own sexual frustration. Psychology has taught us that patterns of behavior and processes of this kind are fundamentally wrong to consider only hypocrisy. After all, often those accused of this themselves in a subjective sense act completely sincerely and are not aware of the contradiction between their claims and reality. They believe in what they are doing, are deeply convinced of the purity of their thoughts and indignantly brush aside any doubts. The process of substitution was first carefully studied by Sigmund Freud, and although since then much of his theses, theories and dogmas, often with good reason, has been criticized or even denied, his fundamental conclusions are still widely accepted today. It may surprise those who are not familiar with this topic that it is money that has become such a taboo, closely associated with countless fears and internal barriers, substitutions and complexes. But we are not talking about some new concept that casts doubt on the existence of the real world. It could be assumed that a cultural heritage of this kind, known and used for thousands of years, is comfortably nestled in the collective psyche and cannot be subject to irrational demonization. In addition, almost any activity, whether it is related to politics, economics, or culture, sooner or later leads to financial issues. This happens especially often in capitalist economic systems, where the monetary principle not only occupies a dominant position in social and economic theory, but is also the basis, from which other social and cultural values /U200B/U200 bear derived. Even someone who claims to despise money, does not attach undue importance to its value, puts humanistic and ideal values above mercantile ones, still thereby refers to the ubiquitous monetary principle. The episode of the expulsion from the temple, eagerly cited by critics of capitalism and religion, is based on its fundamental logic on the religious attitude to money. In fact, ordinary money was not used in the Jerusalem temple to, for example, pay for a sacrifice or other services of a priest. People had to exchange secular money for temple coins. For the temple, this was a very profitable business, against which the wrath of Christ turned. It also explains that through the possession of the material, money, one cannot acquire the divine, because in this way the latter will be polluted. In this case, we can again observe hostility to the earthly world, implanted by a monotheistic religion. Another example. Since the victorious march of Darwinism, it has become an axiom to link sexuality with biological and evolutionary foundations, which is why numerous sexual taboos have arisen that in one way or another correspond to new conditions. One may have different opinions about individual attempts at interpretation of this kind, but it cannot be disputed that there is still no research work of equal importance in the field of finance. Although Western mercantilism has created a psychological foundation in areas such as consumer behavior, advertising methods, and marketing strategies, the psychology of money specialization is still not offered in any higher education institution known to us. And today we have to be content only with oral anecdotes, since there are still no accurate statistics and poll results. Fortunately, we can refer to more than 15 years of practical experience in dealing with this topic, and experience that is reflected in the reports and protocols of many working magicians. Just like in astrology, in the magic of money, the Saturn components are distributed completely unevenly and are sometimes stacked in completely different relationships. All the subsequent presentation has the character of a general recommendation, which is appropriate somewhere to a greater extent, somewhere to a lesser extent. You can easily adapt these recommendations to your specific case. Money magic and overcoming fundamental existential fears. In our cultural paradigm, it is customary to equate the lack of money with a disaster that threatens our lives. Keywords: starvation, impoverishment, and, as a result, a reduction in life due to a lack of medical care and care. As experience shows, rational arguments that not even millions, but billions of people live on Earth, whose everyday life is in no way marked by financial prosperity, are unproductive. In poverty, of course, by our Western standards, and with the provision that is an obligatory minimum for us, they most often manage to survive, no matter how we turn up our noses at their living conditions. Deeply entrenched existential fears unfortunately cannot be completely eliminated by thinking in this way. Even this is by no means a naive and far from cynical argument, that one cannot die from a lack of money, if only because money is inedible, is unlikely to help pacify or expel an existential panic that arises suddenly and casts a shadow on everything around. We recommend using the following exercise to paralyze our internal existential fears to some extent. Exercise. Take care that no one can interfere with you for several hours, then take a comfortable position that will allow you to fully indulge in daydreams. Close your eyes and imagine the worst thing that you can face if you are left completely without any financial means. If more than one scenario of this kind claims to be at the top of your fantasies at once, you will need to make a list. It goes without saying that this is already done with your eyes open. Take the first of your horror scripts and amplify it as much as possible. Amplification in the psychology of the subconscious refers to the intentional amplification, emphasis, and embellishment of a psychic symbol, experience, or dream. In other words, you need to imagine the bad situation in full detail without missing anything that comes to mind. Do not be afraid to dramatize to the point of kitsch and cliché. As in ritual work, unfold your story in the most horrible way. For example, if you imagined how the bailiffs and creditors took your last valuable things from you, now you can imagine that you have lost the roof over your head and are standing on the street, clutching only a plastic bag with the miserable remnants of your property in your hands, and then, depressed and in complete despair, wander away. When developing the plot, do not give a chance to a single glimmer of hope. The most important thing here is to allow the psychological trauma to manifest itself in its entirety as intensely as possible, despite the fact that it is only a simulation. In this way, in the shortest possible time, we gradually nullify the worst sufferings and hidden fears. This can only be done if you experience real horror during this exercise. Continue the exercise until you run out of ideas. As a last resort, imagine yourself dying alone in poverty. End the exercise with a loud laugh. Even if it will be difficult for you, in no case do not refuse it. The point here is not to sneak a happy ending through the back door, but that the mental contradictions must play out to the very end so that we can give them a constructive frame. Once you have made a list of your worst existential fears, you need to work through them one by one, as the exercise recommends. In addition, each of these items should be allocated a separate day. In the Tibetan cult of Bon, we know the Chad ritual, which takes place in a cemetery, in which the shaman experiences a terrible mystical death, offering all his body parts to be eaten by animals and demons. The goal of the Chad ritual, however, is different from the goal of the above exercise, but the mechanism is essentially the same, overcoming fears and traumas by purposefully getting rid of them. It is indeed very important that during the exercise you do not have a single calming or optimistic thought, "I'll manage it somehow," or "it's just fiction." You will immediately need to overcome such distracting thoughts by intensifying your negative fantasies even more. It may well be that you want to burst into tears, curl up in a fetal position, or call your mother in a childish way. In any case, you should succumb to feelings and let them take over you. Whenever possible, it is best to do this exercise in the presence of a person you trust very much, or a certified psychologist. The last condition is observed without fail if you suffer from mental instability or you have been diagnosed with psychosis. With all the intensity of the exercise, in no case should you allow an extreme state in which you will not be able to laugh at the end, that is, to create ritual protection. If you doubt that you can laugh on command, practice somewhere in a small room until you have confidence that you can handle this requirement. Please note that laughter should not be provoked by thinking of something cheerful. Under the circumstances, this would be unpromising and, in fact, unnecessary at all. According to the magic of chaos, laughter without purpose and reason is the best way to regulate the psyche. We do not promise too much here, as every exercise given individually will naturally have the same individual results. It is a standard experience, however, that this exercise is really effective in bringing deep existential fears and traumas under control, and it is not uncommon for them to disappear, wounded. Although it may happen that you will need to repeat the exercise several times to achieve what you want. Keep accurate records of your exercise progress. These notes can be very valuable later on if you want to fine-tune the process even more so that you become forever the master of your fears or, speaking according to the spiritual model, your demons. After all, a real magician can hardly afford to be in their power. You will surely understand that your attitude towards money will not only become more calm, but you will also succeed in the most incredible financial transactions that you did not even dare to dream about before. Of course, it would be wrong to write off all the financial problems of the world on the psyche of an individual. This is a pseudo-criticism often practiced by people who are skeptical of magic. It would also be foolish to oppose to it the illusion of objectivity, which, if it existed, would still not be available to people in its pure form. Therefore, here, as often in life, everything is done at random. How to smelt lead into gold. Among amateurs of the secret science, which, unfortunately, journalists are often referred to, alchemy, as in its heyday, is sometimes condescendingly called the art of obtaining gold. Of course, many, if not all, alchemists who lived in different eras were preoccupied with obtaining material gold. In this they were most often helped by the greed of their sponsors. After all, equipping a laboratory and devoting oneself day and night to the practical art of alchemy without alternative income opportunities was a very expensive undertaking, and most alchemists could only do this with financial support, today we could say, thanks to attracted capital. The financiers of this literally speculative work were mostly some princes, who hoped in this way to improve their constantly deficient public treasury. Often this situation ensured the emergence of a large number of charlatans who were able to systematically rob their gullible investors, so that later, most often under the cover of night, they would disappear and find themselves a new victim elsewhere. This, of course, was already known to contemporaries, and therefore the literature is full of negative examples that damaged the reputation of the great work. Alchemy has taken many different forms throughout its rich history, so that it would be difficult to reduce it to a single basic formula. But it can be stated that alchemical gold was often a metaphor for ennoblement, and it was not so much the gold itself as a chemical element that was important, but the improvement both of the material and of the alchemist himself. The transformation of the ignoble into the noble was an attractive task for the magician. Therefore, in the context of money magic, we would like to devote some time to this in order to become the grand master of our own art. Exercise. Make a list of your biggest fears, insecurities, and things that you are least willing to do. Include the names of things that disgust you. All this will be the so-called negative mirror of the soul, which you must create as honestly and mercilessly as possible in relation to yourself. Check your list. Perhaps you forgot about something or softened something. Add and change information where necessary. This exercise needs to be performed only once in a lifetime, so the utmost care and completeness is welcome. After you finalize your list and adjust it if necessary, give yourself some time to think about each item, namely how you could make money with it. As in the exercise where you did something similar with your strengths and interests, the best thing to do here is to come up with concepts and alternatives that feel very real to you. Before we move on to the theoretical background, it is necessary to make a few comments on the practical application of this exercise. Let us give an example from the practice of seminars. One of the participants listed fear of roller coasters on his list, and as an opportunity to make money on it, he indicated participation in the filming of the film, where he could appear as an extra in a roller coaster ride scene. This approach is fundamentally wrong. It is important not to subject yourself to a ride on a terrifying slide, so that at the end of this torture you will be paid for it. The point is to earn your own fear of skating. The significance of this point cannot be overestimated. It is not through suffering, self-flagellation and deprivation that the magician obtains wealth for himself, but in the most easy, painless way. Thus, this person might consider whether he could unite under his wing a group of roller coaster victims and opponents of this attraction, which, with great hype in the press, will advocate for its abolition, attract sponsors, publish medical expert opinions on the harmful effects of roller coasters on health of people. Being at the head of this movement, you can not only earn a lot of money, but, for example, get a lot of contacts that can promote even more profitable alternatives. Note also that this time it's not about implementing all your ideas. The real purpose of the exercise is to broaden your horizons and at the same time understand that even in a completely earthly and seemingly non-magical sphere, sometimes countless possibilities are found. More specifically, these opportunities are not discovered, but created so that you can open the floodgates for cash flow and thrive through it. The presented approach is not a therapeutic measure. In The Magic of Speer's Sigils, we could see how he borrowed the doctrine of substitution developed by Freud, but did not seek to eliminate substitutions and their basic mechanics, nor to invalidate them. On the contrary, Speer's magic is based on the creative, purposeful use of the psychic mechanism of substitution. At the same time, she in no way questions him, but purposefully takes him beyond her limits. This consistently polarized approach is one of the fundamental foundations of any magic that has received too little attention so far. While the religion and its high priests with the faithful are trying to keep low or evil spirits in check, drive them out or destroy them, the magician benefits from these forces and does not waste his resources on improving this world in the interests of imaginary power of a higher order or correct its actual state. The so-called white magicians often referred to in the literature are allegedly constantly concerned only with completing the great work of the universe, but on closer examination they turn out to be just a type of religious preachers. It is quite possible to see this as an attempt to combine religious compliance with forces of a higher order, thanks to which, not least, their own public recognition is guaranteed, and magic, which as a result will become only a caricature of itself. Money magician. Quietly leave life to your demons. Don't waste your time indulging in therapeutic fantasies of dubious value and meager effect. Exploit them for your own purposes. If the magician really wants to defeat a demon, he must become more demonic than any of them. You are given an opportunity not only to develop in this direction, but at the same time to embody your tasks in the magic of money. It is possible that thanks to this approach, certain fears will disappear forever, but this should not disturb you, since in any case this is an achievement. If you get rid of fears and traumas, you will become freer and calmer. Moreover, you can still speculate on this. If suddenly fears, disgust and other unpleasant companions do not give in so easily, you can at least use them for financial profit. Thus, you will create a winning situation, as a result of which the principle of symbolic alchemy to ennoble base material, or, to put it more simply, turning lead into gold, will be fully observed. The real secrets of successful money magic is not the tedious search for resources, but the ability to turn everything around into such resources. Yolin Chan once said that the Taoist cuisine of China follows the principle of everything that is finely chopped enough is edible. It may not always be taken literally, but this is how the basic principle is formulated, using which you can increase the effectiveness of your money magic to unimaginable heights. Chapter 7. Venus and Jupiter come into play. The magical practice of paths. Now, within the framework of your initial education in the field of money magic, we turn to the consideration of two planetary principles that have not been fully disclosed in the previous parts of this book. After all, in no case could such a complex matter as money be safely reduced to a single principle, even if it might seem so when studying the elemental nature of money. The more modest the symbolism, the easier it is to work with, but also the rougher the result. Fine-tuning always requires appropriate differentiation. Practicing the tropes of Venus. For amateur astrologers, the principle of Venus is most often exhausted by such characteristics as love, the desire for harmony, aesthetics, and also, perhaps, fear of conflicts and indecision. But an experienced astrologer is familiar with a number of other areas ruled by Venus. This becomes clear when studying the zodiacal sign of Libra, in which, as in Taurus, as you know, Venus dominates. When talking about the typical Libra desire for balance, often called the need for harmony, they primarily mean smoothing or eliminating imbalances through redistribution. And this is the typical activity of a merchant. Its task is to deliver a commodity that is in excess in one part of the world to another, where there is a shortage of this commodity and there is a need for it. This operation to establish a balance is rewarded with a profit, which he provides for his life. Therefore, one should not be surprised that Venus also has an entrepreneurial vein, which often leaves an imprint on its other signs, otherwise coloring them or casting a shadow on them. So, Venus governs love, which also includes corrupt love, that is, prostitution. The typical Libra likes to reconcile conflicting parties and promote compromise. At the same time, they do not forget to take care of personal gain. And finally, the principle of Venus can be clearly demonstrated in the field of art by the example of both signs of the zodiac, which are under the influence of Venus, Taurus and Libra. Even if the typical Taurus is very sensitive to art and beauty in general, he will be primarily interested in its value, while remaining faithful to the element of the earth, to which this sign belongs. And this means that the concept of art as an investment is not alien to him. A typical Libra behaves somewhat differently. They also appreciate beauty and art, but they perceive them not so much as an investment of money, but as an opportunity, thanks to their love for art and collecting, to make business contacts, improve their social position, or even start sponsorship management. Two almost identical interests, realized in different guises, the same is typical for our attitude to the sphere of money as a whole. If you take this into account in practical magic, you will have more possibilities than if you applied the purely mechanical equations money equals earth, money equals Mercury, etc. Now it is time to say a few words about the very term trope practice. What has been said here, with some clarification, will also apply to the practice with Jupiter, which will be discussed later. Initially, this phrase denoted a meditative and contemplative technique that the magician used, often in the form of a guided journey of the soul to master the paths of the Kabbalistic tree of life, which pass between its individual sefer, or entras. The very structure of the Kabbalistic tree of life is of no interest to us now, but when we apply the practice of tropes, we master the method of effective symbolic relationships that we intend to use in money magic. Of course, at the moment we are working with a less clearly defined structure, which, as we have already seen, much better corresponds to the original ambivalent nature of money. Accordingly, you should organize your individual practice with Venus in such a way as to draw from it the maximum benefit for your abilities, desires, and interests. For clarity, we give here a practical example, which, however, is illustrative. Do not practice it as an exercise, but take it as a generalized scheme with which you can individually shape your actions. At first, these efforts will seem superfluous to you, but, judging by experience, the effect of them will be very long and comprehensive, and they will pay for themselves for a long time, giving you maximum flexibility and independence. Example: practicing Venus in money magic. The magician abandoned the formal ritual practice of Venus. Instead, he began to meditate on the signs of Venus, suitable for money magic, skill in calculating the avoidable difference in relation to obtaining supply and demand, precise determination of the possible necessary costs and benefits through mediation between the offering and requesting parties, friendly and kind communication of both parties, and obtaining convincing mutual benefits from business cooperation, the skill of the organizer in the implementation and execution of business agreements, a good understanding of the interests and needs of the parties involved, participants in further business operations, pronounced abilities in advertising and PR, social competence, the ability to leave a good impression on interlocutors, even when the meeting does not end with a deal, elegant appearance. The magician then devised several scenarios that would allow him to explore the effectiveness and practical application of the signs of Venus in the real world without being involved in the action. Considering the conditions of his life and the public places available to him, the magician decided to attend the following 3 events: the stock exchange in the nearest large center, the festival of market barkers, which was just scheduled for the next weekend in a nearby town, and many days of detailed observation, about 45 minutes a day, eBay online auction. Later, the magician decided that he would carry out each of these auxiliary operations separately, that is, he would not start them in parallel on the same days, so that he would devote all his attention to each of them. For observations on the stock exchange, he chose the next day. Just an excursion was offered for visitors, who later got the opportunity to follow the events in the hall from the balcony. Before going to the stock exchange, the magician plunged into meditation on the signs of Venus and thus tuned into the operation. He gave up taking notes during the visit, and instead checked everything he observed for consistency with already known signs. After that, he retired to a quiet place, where he wrote a detailed analysis of what happened in the form of a protocol. At the same time, he was struck not only by the correspondences typical of Venus, but also by their violations, such as the ugly scene of a quarrel between 2 brokers and the noisy skirmish that followed it. In the same way, he arranged a visit to the Market Barkers competition, although this time without an official tour. Here he paid special attention to the various ways of addressing, with the help of which the contestants tried to lure the public. In addition, he noted the professionalism of the performance and the reaction of the people involved in the process. In the protocol drawn up later, he dwelled in detail on the language proficiency of the market barkers and found that the contestants not only tried to maintain the manner of speech characteristic of the people, but included many jokes and anecdotes in it. While observing the eBay site, he noticed the aesthetics of ads, the wording of advertising texts, the pricing policy of sellers, and the success or failure of each auction. He carefully reviewed the reviews of buyers and sellers, and based on his research he made estimates of the profits. In conclusion, the magician carried out a detailed analysis of the work done, and subjected to critical examination not only the processes observed in these 3 places, but also his own conclusions. This helped him in drawing up a further plan of action, which was supposed to serve him to stimulate his own Venus qualities and to correct shortcomings. So, for example, he decided to take a close look at the history of advertising and political propaganda, to study the basics of the psychology of advertising and pay special attention to the analysis of the aesthetic form of advertisements. If you use the example above to organize your Venus money magic practice, adapting it to your interests and circumstances, you will likely have many new discoveries in store for you soon. Along with this, some more projects and ideas will open up for you on how you can effectively implement your magical operations and the resulting possibilities. You are still allowed to introduce these path practices into your daily routine with more or less regularity, at least for a sufficiently long period until you have mastered this aspect of the magical process completely. Practicing the tropes of Jupiter. The planet Jupiter was often referred to in ancient astrology as Fortuna Major, which means great luck. As the father of the gods of the Roman pantheon, corresponding to the Greek Zeus, he is considered the embodiment of fullness, generosity, and generosity, of course, the devastating generosity of his anger. One modern analogy could clearly explain why Jupiter, on the one hand, is indispensable for effective money magic, and on the other hand, it should not be involved in scrupulous working out of details. For example, you are discussing with the director of a large enterprise some project that you would like to implement with the help of his company, and come to an agreement. Thus, the first step has been taken. As soon as it comes to technical details, such as materials, expertise, production process or sales strategy, the plant manager is no longer your main point of contact. These aspects of the project will be delegated to other departments or employees. Therefore, it would be pointless to ask the director of the enterprise to provide you with technical information that implies knowledge of the details. He, as a leader, should not burden himself with such information. As for you personally, your main task is to create favorable weather conditions for your project and his enterprise. And without his participation, this will never be possible. In traditional magic, things are similar with planetary deities. And the magic of money considered here is no exception. In our example, the head of the company corresponds to Jupiter, while Mercury, Venus, and Saturn serve as heads of departments that are authorized to deal with the technical implementation of the project. But at the same time, we certainly need to achieve a favorable attitude from our director of the enterprise Jupiter to the whole undertaking, otherwise other departments will be significantly limited in their freedom of action. For the same reasons, the most pedantic practice of Jupiter is recommended. This will create a solid foundation for your magic. As in the Venus example, we offer here a Jupiter practice model that you can use as an impulse to build individual situations. Example: practicing Jupiter in money magic. Before embarking on a whole series of operations in money magic, the magician decides to work thoroughly on the practice of Jupiter to ensure their support. To begin with, he defines a list of signs of Jupiter in which you can clearly see the relationship with what he would like to achieve in magic, a complete overview of the general economic system, macroeconomics, creation of general conditions for economic processes, formulating decisions in the field of financial policy, formation of taxation policy both domestic and international, development of the main provisions of economic and business ethics, good intuition in handling business processes and projects for the benefit of all involved. In accordance with the inherent function of Jupiter as the dominant of the ancient pantheon, for some time the magician stops looking for human embodiments of the principle of Jupiter. Instead, he decides to focus on its abstract manifestations. In further stages, these abstract features will be studied on the examples of individual people. The magician develops a plan of action that takes 44 days, since in the Hermetic tradition the number 4 corresponds to Jupiter. To reinforce this symbolism, 44 minutes a day should be devoted to the practice of the paths of Jupiter daily during all these days. In some cases, this may be a multiple, such as 88 or 132 minutes. During this period devoted only to the practice of tropes, the magician deals with the following topics: political economy, economic history, economic causes and consequences of globalization, financial policy, tax models, economics and ecology, economic ethics. In itself, engaging in these topics can take a variety of forms. At the same time, the spectrum of study extends from reading literature written by venerable authors, to tracking articles in the press on a topic of interest, and up to searching for the necessary information on the internet and attending specialized lectures or seminars. At the same time, the magician does not pretend to try to catch up with the university program in chosen topics in the near future or to get an education in this area. Its main task is to develop an understanding of the world processes that Jupiter controls, and to determine the conditions under which they can proceed more or less effectively. In the second stage, again equal to 44 days, the magician examines the acquired knowledge on human examples in order to revive the previous abstractions. The second stage of the Jupiter tropes practice is as follows: reading the biographies of several prominent personalities from the field of political economy and entrepreneurship, the study of the formation and activities of people outstanding in the field of economic policy, both past and present, acquaintance with the options for an undesirable development of events on the examples of famous personalities who have failed in the fields of economics, finance, and are involved in economic crimes. It is very important for the magician to pay attention to the stories of not only success, but also the failure of economic theories, processes and ideologies, because the operation of the principles of Jupiter is best seen in conflict. In the final drafting of the protocol, the magician summarizes his activity and the knowledge gained through it, conducts a detailed analysis of both the process itself and the specifics of the work, and develops a further plan, the purpose of which is to stimulate his own qualities that meet the principles of Jupiter, eliminate possible shortcomings or weaknesses. So, he decides to strengthen his knowledge in the field of basic financial and mathematical operations, such as interest and income calculations. Moreover, he will deepen his understanding of two fundamentally contradictory economic ideologies, capitalism and communism, and expand his critical approach towards them by enriching the factual base and studying the main analytical sources. Chapter 8. Luck in the game as a successful game. How to call both. Some cases from the practical magic of money. A person's attitude to luck in the game and to the game that luck accompanies has determined his culture for many millennia. Ultimately, his religions are also largely determined by one phenomenon that the French philosopher and mathematician Blaise Pascal took to the argumentative extreme with his famous, oft-quoted bet, for. We are talking about a bet on the other world, participating in which a person, of course, wants to be the winner. Be it a natural disaster, illness, old age and death, accidents and wars against which one single person is unable to fight from the beginning of his existence, a person comes into confrontation with his existential impotence. It would be an unacceptable simplification to understand the emergence of religions as nothing more than an experiment and to compensate for this defenselessness by postulating a heavenly or earthly order and laws subordinate to it. Of course, the impulse that shapes religion is much more complex and depends on many other factors. But it is hardly possible, using rational arguments, to deny that the ideas about the other world and the laws that form the foundation of all religions, not least owe their existence to just such a goal. Magic itself is no exception here. Rationalism and the natural sciences, which have so unceremoniously pushed aside established religions since the Enlightenment, were able to do so only because they also promised man control over his own destiny, which they continue to promise to this day. Now is not the time to deal with this topic in detail, considering all its historical, philosophical and ontological ramifications. The main thing is that it is directly related to the magic of success in general and to the magic of money in particular. With regard to the latter, this relationship is already revealed simply from the nature of money, which we have described in detail on the previous pages. After all, despite any understandable rational factors in the emergence of both economic and social patterns, to which money was originally subordinated, they are characterized by an undeniable element of chance. It makes money unpredictable. This applies as much to macroeconomic systems and economic interdependencies as it does to the daily life of the individual, even if much of the culture-building work lies in the collective boycott of this fact. The purpose of such a boycott is to be able to pretend that this area of life is almost entirely controlled and managed. The factor of chance is mentioned only where it comes to entrepreneurial risks. Thus, it is recognized that in the end a person can act on the basis of only probability and by no means on absolute certainty. If this confidence existed, then only bestsellers would be published, enterprises would produce only top products that bring mega profits, marketing crashes and company bankruptcies would be a thing of the past, and with them financial crises, stock market crashes and recognition of debtors. However, all this is part of the basic mechanism of the capitalist mercantile system, which turned the unpredictability of money, called risk, into a moral and ethical justification for profit. It must be emphasized that the magician who plans to practice money magic is strongly advised not to close his eyes to the fact that even such systems and technologies that claim maximum rational control can only achieve it through a reasonable, unvarnished recognition of the Mercurian nature of money. After all that has been said in the previous chapters, this should be taken for granted. Practice constantly shows that even the most experienced magicians tend to transfer to the magic of money reflexively, that is, unconsciously, the illusion of control, arising from economic sciences and financial mathematics, the theory of probability and the mathematization of political and economic processes, along with its inherent systematic boycott of the unpredictability of any action, mundane or magical. We have already taken some pains to learn how to resist such social reflexes, for example, when we said that being too precise in specifying the amounts of money you would like to receive through a magical operation could harm the process. The mathematical counter, on which modern technologies and sciences rely, is only a compensation for the fundamental impotence of man, which he embellishes with convincing and logical numerical constructions. At the same time, a person does not seriously struggle with the key problem: his enduring helplessness against forces that are more powerful than him. To effectively fight this fight against reason and probability, against statistics and the irrefutable laws of nature, that is magic in the full sense of the word. The decision to devote the last chapter of this book to gambling is partly based on the above. It is unlikely that in any other area of modern life, money so openly shows a random and even capricious character in the most direct, tangible and accessible way, as in gambling, which we will consider using the example of its main focus, the casino. With the exception of the exchange, in which the direct participation of the players is most often excluded, if we do not take into account some of the few internet exchanges, nowhere else will the magician be able to find such a concentrated manifestation of the Mercurian character of money in the fastest form of its implementation. This also includes the mythological and symbolic aspect of the casino, which we would like to pay attention to in the first place. Even if the gambling houses of our time are distinguished by the latest innovations, an exorbitant level of technical equipment and a thoroughly banal form of advertising that avoids any metaphysics, their original essence of the Temple of Fortune will still not be hidden from the eyes of a connoisseur of history. Of course, the modern word casino comes from Italian. Casini, so the Venetians called country houses at that time, in which gambling, prohibited in Venice itself, was available to a narrow circle of the elite. Gambling itself, of course, is much older, and world mythology is replete with such examples, no matter if they are sacred or secular. The wager, the lot, the ancient game of dice constantly appear in the history of mankind. Sometimes they serve as a banal enrichment, sometimes they are an expression of the arbitrariness of the gods. Here we recall the countless legends about the Christian God, who makes a bet with the devil on the human soul, which are reflected in literature, in dramas about Dr. Faust by Christopher Marlowe and Johann Wolfgang Goethe. Sometimes such actions even serve as defamation, as, for example, in the New Testament, where Roman soldiers play the robes of the crucified with bones. In ancient mythology, luck was personified by the Roman goddess Fortuna, a very capricious creature. She seldom knew the measure of both mercy and refusal. Thus, it seems to us quite reasonable on the way to the casino as a place for practicing money magic to remember this myth and put it into practice. As befits immortals, the gods are in no way concerned about the constraint and needs of their subjects. They obey only their own laws, for which they do not need to justify themselves. Before we get down to practice, we will give some clarifications regarding the connection of the casino with the temple of the goddess of fortune. When casinos are mentioned, they are more often referring to premises, usually buildings that are used for only one purpose: to try your luck, or bad luck, at the game right now. This has always been the case, despite the fact that, for example, classical casinos were often maintained even by opera houses. Initially, both institutions attracted wealthy and refined players so that they could, in a carefree atmosphere of pleasure, without being weighed down by thoughts about their usefulness, free themselves from the shackles of secular and business responsibility. The earliest known precursors of the Venetian casini were the Roman baths. Their well-to-do patrons, coupled with their healing treatments, demanded amusement that attracted countless farce entertainers and professional gamblers. Like an ancient temple during the time of the mystery cults, the modern casino is an alternative world that is not open to everyone and requires appropriate qualifications and fitness tests to enter it. If the ancient mystic, before being admitted to the Holy of Holies of the temple deity, had to reach a certain level of initiation, so the visit to the casino is regulated by a number of laws. Entrance is allowed only to adults, whose names are also not mentioned in any prohibition lists. In addition, a sacrifice is required. Today it is an entrance fee, and the visitor must assure that his financial affairs are in order and that he agrees to abide by the rules of the casino. This is very similar to how visitors to ancient temples swore allegiance to their deity and obeyed temple laws. The ancient mystic was allowed to approach the deity only when he was perfectly clean. This was achieved most often by observing a multi-day fast and occurred only after the prescribed rituals of purification, ablutions, and dressing in robes intended only for the ritual were performed. As for the casino, serious establishments still pay attention to clothing today. So, for male visitors, a jacket and tie are required. Ladies should also not violate the established dress code. And if someone wants to enter the casino in inappropriate attire, he must take into account that he will be considered unworthy and denied entry without explanation. Prayer or meditation is no longer practiced in the casinos of our time. More or less civilized behavior should be shown there if you do not want to be thrown out of the hall. Loud screams and rudeness are also not tolerated, as well as drunkenness and obscene behavior. Although the casino does not prescribe ablution, an untidy appearance is the best guarantee of being excluded from the circle of gambling adepts. But that's not all. As with trading in the Jerusalem temple, see Chapter 6, today's casinos do not use real money to play. Upon entering, they must be exchanged for special temple money called tokens. Most often, these are multicolored plastic mugs, on which their monetary equivalent and the casino emblem are printed. With this symbolic act, the last bridge to the ordinary world is burned. Now the adept of the goddess Fortune has finally entered the alternative world, where he is allowed to open up to rich opportunities for quick luck, or its opposite. The transformation has been completed, the world of everyday life has remained outside, and now only the mood of the goddess of Fortune reigns, managed and controlled by her priests, croupiers, hall administrators, and managers. Even ordinary social distinctions are cancelled here. Interesting historical parallels can be found in the Venetian casinos at the time when, under public pressure, they were finally allowed back into the city walls. Official prescriptions included the wearing of masks by visitors so as not to be recognized or recognize others. This was supposed to help strengthen social peace and prevent the threat of blackmail. Thus, for example, gambling was forbidden to the clergy, which did not prevent the higher spiritual ranks from indulging in merry amusements. Certainly, someone with more capital can play for higher stakes or longer, but this does not increase his chances of winning and does not affect the roulette ball. It is impossible to guess whether this ball will make some billionaire even richer in a few seconds or a low-income pensioner even poorer in a few seconds. Before success, everyone is equal. Money behaves in a similar way, which likes to reunite with its own kind. We once already cited this saying, money to money, but this happens regardless of the authority of a person and without regard to his moral or ethical status in society. For a sophisticated, sensitive observer, each visit to the casino will take on a completely different scale than for a naive visitor who has entered the sanctuary of the goddess of fortune out of curiosity, desperation, or self-interest. This is all the more true for the magician, for whom the casino is the place of the most intense experiment with money and its aura in its purest form. By the way, it is not so important for a magician to use a successful game as a direct source of income. Ultimately, despite all the diligent efforts, hopes and pleas of the players, only one participant wins the casino. The magician here trains his instinct for the natural strength of the spirits of good fortune, for whom money is just one of the forms of expression along with many others. Of course, he will not neglect the favor of fortune, but he will also try to keep his eyes open so as not to give himself limply into her hands. The intuitive knowledge gained as a result of these visits will still render him an invaluable service in carrying out magical operations. Perhaps he will enter the temple intending not to win, but only to circulate a certain amount of money, because this represents for him the fastest and most effective way of breaking down the internal blockades that prevent him from achieving higher goals. The casino also gives the magician the opportunity to establish a profitable relationship with the goddess Fortune. Pursuing such goals, he will not suffer any loss in this area, since everything he does here is a contribution to his magical practice. This is not about how to turn a disadvantage into a virtue. If the magician harbors a desire, however subconscious and thoughtless as yet, to visit the Temple of Fortune in order to try his luck, that is, to get up from the table with the winnings in his pocket, then nothing can be fixed by embellishing the likely failure of this event and calling it an investment. It is impossible to prevent visits to the casino for this very purpose. But in our case we are talking about a magical operation of a completely different kind, which was originally formulated and carried out differently. We deliberately do not give detailed instructions for your actions in the casinos responsible for the magic of money, since you have already been provided with enough information, various techniques and methods so that you can develop and improve them in your own way. 1 ounce of experience is equal to 1 pound of theory, and even if the latter is always practice-oriented, as we have tried to show in this book, it can never replace personal experience, good or bad. Instead of a portion of theoretical judgments, we will cite cases from the practice of money magic in the form in which they were transferred to us. They do not always talk about the casino, but they clearly show the element of the game inherent in effective money magic. In addition, they should help you learn the mechanisms of money magic using the example of specific experiences of other magicians, which will allow you to eliminate some problems or answer questions related to a misunderstanding of the essence of magical practice. In order to maintain confidentiality, the names of the authors are not indicated. Case 1, Win Not Magic. This incident happened in my own practice. During my stay in Finland, I decided to try myself in Finnish, more precisely, Sami shamanism. I have heard more than once that in the past centuries, Finnish sorcerers, only shamans from the Sami people or Laplanders, who are still considered in Finland to be owners of powerful magical powers, could really be called that way, always sold sailors handmade wind knots. Unleashed in complete calm on the high seas, they were called upon to reinflate the sails. I spent the summer on a Finnish island, in a small wooden hut right on the seashore. When one day a strong gale blew, I, taking a long cord with me, went out and stopped in front of my dwelling. There I plunged into a trance and, having reached its highest point, tied the wind into separate knots. After that I returned home and laid the cord among my magical supplies. A little later, on my return to Germany, I met Brother P, a young magician I knew, whose rich imagination and originality had always pleased me. Shortly before the meeting, I cut off one of my wind knots and gave it to him, while briefly explaining what it means. Brother P was touched and said that no one had ever given him wind knots, to which I, laughing, noted that, in fact, no one had given me such gifts either. I did not expect that my friend uses the gift directly for magical purposes for gambling. He later told me the following. So, I went to the casino in the nearby city of N. There I wanted to untie the knot, because I thought that if the money corresponds to the element of air, then with its help I will surely be able to simply sweep the tokens off the table. I was able to untie it imperceptibly and, of course, counted on winning at roulette. Where exactly? Instead, I lost the entire amount I had provided for the game irrevocably. Of course, at first I was upset, but you can't even imagine what horror went through me when I left the casino, and there was such a strong wind outside that I barely got to my car. Before I entered the casino, the weather was serene, with no sign of an impending thunderstorm. What to say about such a storm? Your wind not more than fulfilled what it promised, only, unfortunately, not at all the way I would like it to be. This example demonstrates that an overly simplistic, formal application of magical relationships, here, money equals air, can be really ineffective. the approach must always be differentiated. Of course, the formula money equals air is correct in itself. Just like the equation wind equals air is true. But it would be completely wrong to semi-automatically derive the formula wind equals money from this. Even the metaphor of Brother P, revenge the tokens from the table did not necessarily have a connection either with the knot of the wind or with its magical task. Case 2, breaking financial blockades. Brother M told how he eliminated financial difficulties by magical methods. Like most people, not necessarily magicians, I also experience financial difficulties from time to time. When nothing works out, payments on reliable bills stop, even orders received on a contractual basis are cancelled, banks refuse credit, etc. A lot of time has passed, until I master the paradigm of perceiving money as a flow of energy, which, of course, needs channels freed up for its unhindered movement. If a similar situation happens in my life now, first of all I make sure that the clogged channels are cleared and money can flow freely in my direction. It is during periods of lack of funds that I try to give as many tips as possible in restaurants, despite the fact that, to be honest, at first it was not easy for me. After all, the usual reaction is the maximum savings in everything. I reason that they are already saving on the other side, so I should be generous in counterbalancing. Sometimes I visit an online casino where I deliberately lose a certain amount. At the same time, it is important for me not to win, but rather to send signals to money that I am not going to frantically cling to them because of the despair that gripped me, if they suddenly decide to look at me again. It may seem paradoxical, but so far it has helped me. Most often, cash flow blockages disappear after a couple of days. Increasingly, it happens that already a few hours later, the first signs of a change in the financial situation appear. When money returns to the house, I try to symbolically support this flow, making sure that new money always goes into circulation. Of course, paying bills is also a way to keep the money flowing, but I take care to include some amount, which can be either less or more, in the general cash flow, without pursuing specific goals. I can recommend everyone to do the same. Indeed, during my studies in the magic of money, I learned that money does not like to appear where they are expected solely for the sake of solving material problems. As a result, I completely, as if by the way, unlearned to put myself under stress due to lack of money. Here we see not only a wonderful method of removing both internal and external monetary blockades, but also an effective way to reduce stress, which is often caused by an acute shortage of money and, in turn, causes new blockades. A vicious circle is obtained, which is necessary as can open faster. Case 3. Consequences of the classical identification of money with the earth element. Magician Sister K, an interior decorator by trade, has recently started her own business. We will give her story about what financial problems she faced and how she was able to solve them using one of the methods of money magic, which turned out to be very effective. My decision to open my own business was made on the basis of the agreement of several firms at once to give me large lucrative orders in the foreseeable future, on the income from which I could live well. They knew about how I work from the time when I was an employee of one of these companies. Since these were solid firms, I had no reason to doubt the seriousness of their promises. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. I took out a sizable loan to furnish my office space and purchase equipment, software, materials, and everything else needed for my work. This amount was formed from a conservative, but fairly realistic estimate of my future financial income. When one of my potential clients suddenly announced a tender for no reason, I treated it as an accidental failure, which can sometimes happen in the business world. But when all the announced orders were suddenly cancelled later, I, of course, began to fight with all my might for the implementation of these projects. Personally, I'm not prone to persecution or conspiracy theories. Especially the latter I consider just destructive nonsense. But when I received a clear refusal from all the customers or a vague consolation maybe later to my requests, and at the same time the deadline for paying the rent and paying a large interest on the loan came, I panicked. Everything that started so promising suddenly vanished into thin air. At that time, I, like most magicians working according to classical principles, proceeded from the connection of money with the elements of the earth, the possession of specific material goods, etc. Since at that time I had already exhausted all the possibilities, I quickly decided to correct my financial situation with the help of magic. Instead of a ritual, I chose to practice the tropes with the Indian tattva, 5, of the earth. I had already had positive experiences with tattvas in the field of psychotherapy and did not want to experiment with any new techniques. I prepared by meditating on the earth element, then using the square yellow tattva symbol, I entered the earthly realm. The entrance was successful immediately, and I had no doubt that I was in the kingdom of the earth, since all the colors and symbols that I met on the way corresponded to known signs and interpretations. Soon I met the spirits of the earth, with whom I easily established contact and became friends. I told them about my troubles and asked for advice. I received it. Details don't play a big role here. It was just a few very short, simple rituals that I had to perform in the real world over the next 3 days. Thanking the spirits, I returned. Of course, for the next 3 days, I conscientiously carried out the recommendations received. Already on the 4th day, shortly before the end of the working day, one of my former customers called me. It turned out that she now had a new boss, who insisted that they use his personal contacts in the field of interior decoration for the upcoming big project. Thus, the reason for the refusal was clarified. But there were difficulties with the timing of the project, so the interior decorator, recommended by the new chef, could not deal with this order. She asked me if I could take a job that needed to be done really immediately. Of course, I happily agreed. What followed was incredible. And if I had not practiced practical magic for many years and had not experienced such coincidences, it might have thrown me off balance. After all, the next day I received no less than 4 new orders, while 3 of them were from customers with whom I had not yet worked. Under other circumstances, I would only be glad, but one order was more urgent than the other. What to do? Just now I was on the brink of financial collapse, and now I had a line of new customers whom I simply could not refuse. After all, as a young private entrepreneur, I needed to create the largest possible client base. And the competition also made itself felt. Now I began to experience a different kind of panic. Of course, I did not want to miss the opportunity of the long-term existence of my company. And I took all the orders, although I did not yet understand how I would cope with all this. For the next 3 months, I worked 16-hour shifts and, of course, weekends. There was no question of regular meals, and it happened that I fell asleep at the desk from fatigue. Of course, my personal life suffered from this, and the then relationship hung in the balance. Be that as it may, I managed to complete everything on time and to the complete satisfaction of the customers. Word of my success soon spread, my order list improved markedly, and I could afford to pass customers with less interesting offers to my peers. Naturally, as soon as I had time for this, I analyzed my money magic practice operation. Money equals land, that was the solution and at the same time the problem. After all, what this operation brought me was not money, but incredibly hard work. This characterizes the element of the earth, but, as I now know, not necessarily the money itself. Since I have been working on the money equals air formula, my life has become much less stressful and the cash register is also converging. Here, in a practical example, we see what the differences can be, depending on our understanding and application of the symbolic language of magic. We do not claim that the correlation of money and the elements of the earth is incorrect, and the correlation with air is the only correct one. However, as in quantum physics, the result here depends on the approach. In fact, it is like a light. As physicists know, light can behave both as a wave and as a body, particle. It depends on the conditions of the experiment. Anyone who wants to see money in its earthly aspect may well do it, but with the corresponding consequences. If he prefers to develop a less burdensome, in the truest sense of the word, approach to money, he is advised to work with the air aspect. Case 4, Money Magic as part of a magician's life. The next example is provided by Brother R., a magician who has been working mainly in the classical Hermetic tradition for several decades. I was brought up in the Hermetic classical tradition of magic, participated in the activities of various orders and approached the magic of money from this side was close to me. I know there are less labor-intensive approaches that some of my colleagues have gotten really good results with. On the other hand, I wanted to fully integrate the magic of money, as well as any other magical discipline, into my practice of magic. I decided to choose the following method, which I was generally satisfied with. My undertaking was ambitious. With the help of magic, I wanted to achieve in 5 years a level of income that would allow me to leave my rather high official position in the public service and earn money in ways that would bring me more joy and would be more suitable for my natural inclinations and interests, and also service would be more profitable. At first I came to grips with the study of the magic of money. The volume of literature on this topic is quite limited, but I speak 4 foreign languages, which greatly expanded my choice. I quickly realized that here it is necessary to engage in independent learning and development. Based on my knowledge of astrology, I decided to build the entire operation on the planetary energy of Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. I started by making a magical talisman for each of these planets. Using astrological elections, I calculated the most appropriate time for the ritual, after which I compiled the corresponding ritual texts. Since the whole undertaking served only me alone and had a pronounced experimental character, at my later stages I refused to involve a partner and worked alone. I performed 4 rituals of Jupiter, 7 rituals of Venus and 8 rituals of Mercury, during which I activated the corresponding talismans. From a technical point of view, it may be interesting here that in all these rituals, all the talismans lay on the altar, both those that were dedicated to planetary energies that were not yet involved, and those that were just waiting for their dedication. This was due to the fact that they were all part of one big operation. After I created the base, it was necessary to work out the details. The emphasis in this work was on the principles of Mercury. Every morning I began with a short, arbitrary prayer to Mercury and organized my free time in tune with this deity. So, for example, I took courses in rhetoric, went on vacation abroad to learn another foreign language, read a lot of detective stories, Mercury is the god of thieves, spent whole weekends solving puzzles, etc. After devoting several months to these studies, I planned every day to develop at least one business idea that could bring me at least €500. It should be noted here that I quite deliberately refused to calculate the amount of work associated with this. After all, in the first place it was important to develop a commercial flair, to set the direction of thinking, not paying attention to income or something like that. Of course, my task was made easier by the fact that I was doing my main job, which paid quite well, so I did not depend on hourly wages, as I might otherwise be.